What's good, everybody? Good morning. Happy Friday. We're going to get started in just a quick sec. Kind of trying to figure out why my CPU is tanking right now. So give me just a few more minutes and then we'll get started. Man, I made that song in like 2014. Shit's terrible, but it's still kind of cool to be able to look back on it. What's good, everybody? Welcome to the stream. My name is Alckemy. If it's your first time here, I stream at random times, so you kind of have to catch me when you do. We are going to go ahead and get started now. Hi. And we're going to do some sound design. I'm going to maybe try to think about starting a track today. And we're going to kind of just see what goes from there. So, yeah. All right, well, let's get started. Let's see. You know what? I will pull this up later, but what I actually want to do is I actually want to start with a kick and snare. Kick 2. Yo, Shroom, thanks so much for the raid, man. Hope that you're doing well. Really appreciate it. Bro, yo, long time no see. How are you guys? Man, that was really timely. Wait, my mic is working, isn't it? Hendo? I think so. Yo, thanks so much, man. I really appreciate it. Let me know how you are. How you being?
Recording to logbook.
Yo, Jurgens Rashid, thank you so much for the follow. I'm so sorry if I mispronounced your name. That's a new one for me. Welcome. Thank you so much. Yeah, for all of you guys, my name is Alckemy. I make lots of glitch music and weird sound design textures. I'm gonna make a kick and a snare, and then I'm gonna bass plan and do some generative things, and then we'll see how we're feeling with maybe starting a track. But if you guys have any questions along the way, feel free to ask. This is a safe space for all of you producers and musicians, old or new. So, welcome. All right, so I want a little bit of not that. Oh. There we go. I want this to be like a doof. Slapping, man. Yo, what up, Codins? How are you, man? Welcome. Yeah, I don't know why. I should just turn that off. That sounds so much better. Maybe let's take off some of that. Okay, let's grab this, edit this, and let's kind of shelf this maybe a little bit. Maybe look at pulling some of this stuff out. And then we're going to force some of this maybe. Yeah. How's it going, man? Welcome to the stream. I feel like I haven't seen you outside of Discord in a really long time. Shout out to Codins, man. He recently just started his own label, and a lot of our friends are on there. He's got a brand new Discord. I don't think that he streams, but he's got a lot of really good music, and you guys should check it out. Codins, if you want, feel free to link your SoundCloud or your media in the chat. All right. What do I want to do from here? Big 2 is my favorite sub-bass synth. I'm kind of just trying to... Alright, so I was having a talk with somebody yesterday, and actually what I wanted to explore today, I'm actually glad you're here because this is going to possibly sound crazy. But something that I've been messing with is taking a look at the stereo image within a lot of drums and a lot of like other things in general. So like if I wanted a really big track, I think like a safe bet and a thing that we typically do for the most time is by keeping a lot of the fundamentals of our main drums in mono. And so I kind of wanted to experiment with widening out everything on both the kick and snare above 100 hertz and seeing if we can fill out the stereo field that way. trying to use less elements to fill out the stereo field and frequency spectrum as opposed to doing like a crap ton of layering. And it's just something that I've noticed, and like again, I was talking with somebody about it. But again, for the most part, that kind of stuff is generally categorized as a big no-no. But I break a lot of rules, so all good. I've been busy for the past 2 weeks. Yeah, you keep yourself busy, I'm sure. But it's good that you're here. We have a big stream today, guys. So I don't know how long I'm going to be doing music for, but we're going to be kind of messing around with some stuff today. Again, here in a second, I'm going to be getting into some generative stuff, and then later, I think that I'm like going to take this plunge of starting to just kind of work my way through my retro catalog of games. So like Super Metroid, Donkey Kong Country, Metroidvanias. I have some Castlevanias on the Wii U. I have just a bunch of old games that I kind of just want to play on stream. And like it's obviously going to take me a lot more than a day to get through. It will probably take me a really long time. But yeah, we're all going to do a really big stream today, and we're going to try to kind of, kind of do this a little bit more frequent. But I figured that I don't have anything to do today, so we're just going to kind of mess around and do some fun stuff, and I kind of just want to be part of the community right now, if that makes sense. I'm doing really well. I recently I've really just kind of been working on things and putting up new stuff up on the store, and I actually don't have any of my other stuff up. What's up with that? Oh, the chat box is up. Okay. The alert box is also up. Okay, there's that. Yeah, I've just been trying to put things up on the new website, and I'm working on some faceplant patches, hopefully to be submitted to the factory content. And I think we talked about that, but yeah, just trying to stay busy. I hope that you guys are all safe and stuff and having a good day and all that. And feel free to come in, dip out, go somewhere else, check back in, see if I'm doing anything cool, or all those things. But yeah, that's kind of doofy. Okay, let's add some saturation to this, and we're going to turn this thing off. It's weird that turned that down like quite a bit, but it's probably because I took the low pass filter thing off. Let's grab a frequency shifter from kilohertz. That should be fine. DMCR would be proud. Making such doofies. Alright, so we're going to cut everything that's kind of low off of this, and then we're just going to kind of force this issue right here. And then maybe find another thing to push up. Hope that we'll finally make a huge call up. Man, I don't know what happened with that. I think that maybe it just was not good timing with the other guys that we were talking with. Can you guys hear that, by the way? There is sound coming out of this, right? Okay, let me know in case there's a problem. Okay, let's go ahead and duplicate this now, and then I'm really not worried about like creating these weird wonky shapes and stuff. It's more so about trying to just, yeah, okay, there we go. And we will take the tail off of this here in a sec, but really what we're trying to do is just shape a really large kick. Okay, so from here, let's go ahead and grab a transient shaper. And we'll turn that down a bit. And then we're going to grab the glue and squash the heck out of it. And then we'll go back and change some of these parameters. Alright, so there's some wave shaping on the beginning of this that I think that there's some of this kind of like stuff coming about. maybe that's coming from the saturator. Oh, right. There's kind of a lot going on, and a lot of people are, and a lot of our circle is making a lot of music right now, which is great. And I think that's really the most important thing, you know. A lot of times, if I like consider collabing, it's because I can't come up with anything myself, which is unfortunately more often than I'd like to admit. But at the same time, you know, as long as you guys are making tunes and you guys feel good about it, then you know that's kind of what it is. Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay, that's almost there. We're going to take a little bit of the high end off, I think. Finally started my remix for the aspect track. I didn't know that you guys were doing a collaboration together. But that's great though. If we see aspect in here at some point, then we need to make sure to say hello to him too. Okay, that's getting closer. Let's go ahead and make sure that our low end is in mono. And I'm really just going to kind of put everything below 100 hertz in that area. Yeah. That's a nice doof. Sorry. Alright, so now that we actually have a kick, actually what I think I'll do is, yeah, maybe I want to change it, so I'm going to leave it on here. But let's go ahead and just record one out. And a nice F. And then what I'm also going to do is I think I'm going to add just a little bit of subcontrol to this. So maybe just try... Let's try a fifth harmonic. So, or are these only odd harmonics? Let's see what happens when I start to do that. Okay. That's a nice 808. It's your remix for his track? Oh, still, that's pretty sick. Yo, what up, Volant? Make trap. Yo, so like, I'm not really interested in making trap. But at the same time, I am actually admitting that I actually don't know anything about like wide 808s and making like big things like that. And it's actually something that I'm interested in learning for this kind of stuff. So I'm just going to play around for maybe just a quick sec and look at maybe seeing if there are some things that we can do to make this kick actually have stereo information in it. So what I wanted to take a look at was just kind of seeing what is going on right now. But I don't have that much time to be on Twitch today, but working on beats and watching you. So this is chill. Cool, man. I'm glad you're here. It's good to see you. Shout out to Volant. I figure I should have probably done a shout out to Shroomhead as well, but I imagine everybody came from his channel. So if you guys don't know Volant, he's super awesome. He makes a lot of really cool music that's very different. Go give him a shout. He says he's busy, but But he lying. No, I'm just kidding. Um, yeah. And at some point, you should ask him about. It's no big deal. At some point, you should ask him about tune feedback. He's very honest. All right, so we don't really have a lot of high-end information on this, but I kind of just want to see what happens if the low end is in mono and you actually put a chorus onto the high end here. So on the low end right here, everything is, yeah, there's no stereo width, but over here I kind of just want to see what happens with what happens with that information in IM Imager. Appreciate it, aka I'm a dick. I wouldn't say that. But to be honest, like if I don't really submit to feedback that much these days anymore, but if I were to do it, then I would actually want somebody that's honest. So if you guys are looking for someone that's honest and is going to rip your track apart, say hi to Vola. Okay, that sounds like shit, but that's pretty funny. There's a phase offset right here, so okay, that's a little bit better. Why in the hell would you put a chorus on your kick? Alckemy, are you fucking crazy? Maybe just a little. Okay, so this is actually moving between the left and right stereo field, and that's not really good. So instead, what I'm going to try is maybe a dimension expander. And again, I'm just trying to see if anything changes or if we can create or fill up more of the stereo field with a simple element. And so typically, like, most of the people that are actually in here have been doing music as long or longer than I have, but most of the time a kick is straight up in mono and then our snare is really wide. So I'm kind of just experimenting to see if we can make the kick aspect of it, the low mids rather, to have a lot more stereo field. So let's turn the size down. And maybe a little bit less. See, now that we actually have some of that, it actually, in my opinion, I think that it does actually sound a little bit more full. And we're not dipping at all into the phase cancellation aspect of things. So this is something that I think that we can kind of quote unquote manipulate versus I think maybe even just having a little bit of subtlety, and that could be advantageous. But on the flip side, I think that we take away from the cleanliness of the actual kick itself. So what happens if I do that before the glue and tell that to screw off? Okay, so I think what happened was I split the signal and then sent it through the glue, and then I split the signal again, and so that's kind of why it sounded like it was breaking. But on this, it sounds a little bit more cohesive. It does have a little bit of space to it. Okay, well, I'll come back to that later. That's not really that important. Let's go ahead and make some kind of generative stuff, because this is where all the exciting things come into play. So if you guys haven't seen my YouTube channel, Really right now with what I'm doing with sound design as far as pushing the envelope is making a lot of generators that do a lot of crazy stuff within Faceplant. I've got some patches along the way that will be coming out to the factory content hopefully soon. Well, if it gets approved. But really the coolest thing about Faceplant is that because you have such an open amount of effects and you have an open amount of modulators, you can really just set up randomizations and do a bunch of crazy stuff. So with all that being said, let's go ahead and find ourselves a wavetable, and then we'll start doing some cool stuff. I think we'll grab something kind of like a saw, and then let's go ahead and give that some detuning. And then we're going to go ahead and grab a random, and we're going to mess with the spread. And then we're going to grab another wavetable and apply little hints of FN to it. I don't even know why I'm narrating this, but yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and randomize the frame now. Let's go ahead and grab a distortion unit, push that up here. Then we are going to grab a filter, and let's throw it right there. Let's do a notch, set that to 6. Change the cutoff here, and then we will use this one to change the resonance of this one. And then let's set these to actual timed values. That's fine for now. Okay, let's grab another group, and this one is going to be a little bit more faded in, I think, but we'll grab a wavetable, and then we'll set this to a different kind of like call it like a chord almost. Let me turn this off for a sec. We'll find something that's not too crazy. Let's try this maybe, or maybe a dephased one. That will probably end up sounding pretty nice. Let's grab a distortion because it's kind of quiet. Okay, and we're going to set this to a second harmonic, 7 semitones up. And then we're going to do a smooth randomization on here. And then I think that we'll set this to an LFO on here. It's going to go up, kind of like this. So I want this to kind of just creep in from time to time, as opposed to being consistent. Oh crap, undo. And then we'll turn the level down, so it's only going to come up. Okay. So now that we have that, we can really kind of just start to come into this stuff and start applying these same randomizations to, or same randomizers rather, to a lot of this stuff. Cool. Wait, let's grab a filter. Same thing that I like doing here. Just kind of cut that there, and grab this one, and manipulate that here. Let's grab a comb filter, change the mix a bit, and then I don't want to do the full spectrum on here, so we'll kind of just play with the fundamental, which is kind of in F region. Doesn't need to be perfect, but alright, this might get really loud really quick, so I'm going to grab a limiter and throw that on the end. Cool. Okay, and then let's go ahead and grab a ring mod. And then something that I find is pretty useful within the ring mod on kilohertz is that I try to keep the frequency relatively low. Yeah, it's too high. Alright, let's play with some spatial effects now. And then we'll set this to kind of come up. Tight. Then we'll grab a pitch shifter. Let's grab another one. We'll set the mix here and turn the compensation to high. Okay, let's see what happens if I grab a stereo and then mess with the width on this as well. And then what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to grab a multipass. And I'm just going to leave the low end on this like 100 hertz in mono, or pretty narrow if anything. Grab a delay now. I'm going to set the feedback all the way down for now, because when we start doing stuff with this, if you push the feedback too high, then it's going to just sound like crap. So I'm going to push it to maybe like halfway or so and see what happens, and hopefully we won't get any of that annoying buzzing. Let's take a slice EQ, and so I'll just use one that, this is pretty much the same filter that I use on just about everything, just because I think it works so well. But if you take a boost and then you take a notch and you automate between those two, you would also, I'm going to use this one, automate the resonance on the notch filter, because that will cut the sound pretty significantly while still leaving a little bit of the top and low end. Then you end up usually getting some pretty interesting results. So, okay, let's go ahead and let's not do that fully. Let's try to keep that somewhere around that region. And then with this one, we will kind of push that. So now we've got this cool custom filter that's kind of randomizing and cutting different spots. And the reason, for one, as opposed to just trying to get cool movement out of this, the other thing that we're trying to achieve is, if you notice whenever this changes, it kind of has a small whipping sound. And we want to try to kind of avoid that if possible. So hopefully this will cut this out just a little bit to kind of mitigate that sound that I don't like hearing. Okay, and then I think now would be a good time to introduce, yeah, that's fine. We'll introduce this at about 48 semitones. So, there we go. And now, cool. Let's grab another instance of let's grab another instance of multipass, and then we'll play around with some stuff on this. I think that I'm just going to use a low and high band, and maybe I'll just add a little bit of saturation to the low end on this. Not a lot. And then on the high end, we'll play with an ensemble. And just mess with the mix a bit right here. Maybe turn that down. And we'll play with some other spatial type things to kind of just help this move and morph in between, would kind of be the goal of it. Okay. So I think that we're getting a lot of cool movement within this, but one thing that I want this to do is make it sound like it's opening and closing. So I'm going to see if I can introduce a filter into this. Maybe I'll just place it on the entire thing and see if this will kind of just do more cool stuff. Not bad. Maybe we can try to... Let's do one more pitch shifter. Hey NX, how are you, man? Yo, shout out to NX, man. He, or they, rather. Every single video I put out, you always leave a comment. I appreciate that. Let's see how this sounds. Okay, that sounds pretty cool. Let's see if we can use the... I guess we'll set this up here and pull that up. And then I would like to maybe see if we can play with this an octave up and an octave down. So that way we're just going to get some different stuff. And I'm a really big fan of the pitch shifter on kilohertz, just because for one, it makes it sound more metallic, but I don't know why. Whenever it reacts with other spatial effects and then also the reverb, it just kind of has like more of a monster tone no matter what you send into it. So now it's just a matter of kind of moving these back and forth between and seeing if any of this stuff kind of sounds interesting. Okay. Let's go ahead and change the timing of some of these so that way it doesn't just sound like a consistent 1/4 sound that's coming about. I want things to slow up, speed down. I said that backwards, but you know what I mean. I think that one's okay. And then let's try just maybe like this and see what happens. go ahead and grab a dynamics before the end of all this. And I haven't really spent too much time with this, but it's actually pretty cool because it's one of the few compressors that do both downwards and upwards / expansion on a single band. So we can do downwards compression here, and then we can do upwards compression / expansion this way and this way. So hey Django, how are you, man? And I like doing this kind of stuff because as you listen to it, it kind of just has like some ghostly vibes to it, yeah? So by messing around with all of the randomization potential that you have on this, you can end up creating some really cool things. But one thing that I know that I'm missing from this is that I feel like we're losing some low end. So I want to see if there's a way that I can kind of reintroduce some of that back into this, so that way it still sounds pretty interesting. Part of it is most likely because I'm spreading the entire stereo field out, even though we're correcting it over here. So I might take this off and see what we can do to fix it. I'm doing okay. Can't complain. Yeah, that's some cool stuff. Okay, so now we'll get into, wait, how does this look on my CPU? Okay, so I don't have a lot more that I can do to this because I'm streaming and I'm going to push the CPU. So what I am going to do though is we're going to kind of just give this a little bit more movement and then maybe see, I'm trying to think about what I can do to this that would be essential without destroying the CPU. Yeah, okay, that should be fine. So this is my default, how do I say, this is my default kind of like randomizer for this EQ, and this is just serving as kind of like a low mid sweeper that kind of moves randomly, just because it's going to help kind of push some of those low mid frequencies. And then I think what I'm also, no, not a shelf, what I'm also going to do is add just a little bit here on the low end to try to keep this maybe take off everything below there. There we go. I don't know about you guys, but like whenever I hear this kind of sounds, like this is stuff that I don't know, I used to dream about making. It just, I love it. It sounds super cool. Let's do a couple of filters on this. And then we'll do a vocoder. For the most part, usually when I do this kind of thing, I end up stacking a lot more effects than what you're going to see me do today. But for one, I think that it is a bit excessive for the way that I usually do this. And then the other thing is that I don't have the CPU right now. For some reason, whenever I have the webcam on, it just totally makes my CPU tank. Like right now, nothing else is going on, and I'm looking at 36% from OBS on its own, and that's not supposed to be that way. I have a really good CPU, but I don't know, maybe an update lost the optimization or something. That's neither here nor there. But yeah, so playing with the vocoder here, hopefully allowing this to kind of just move around and kind of interpolate between some of this stuff. Maybe I'll set this to bipolar, and then we can not so much. Okay. So yeah, you got some really cool, just different monster sounds. And that's one thing that I've appreciated about doing these kind of random generator things. It makes it a lot of fun to make because you don't know what you're going to get, but you know that it's going to have some kind of characteristic. And like really, if you guys have seen my last video, we started by doing a lot of neurobase, right? If you guys have been with me or you guys know kind of this whole process journey thing, we start by doing neurobase, and then once you kind of have that, as opposed to just having a single tone or whatever, then you start messing around with pushing that sound further and seeing what you can do to process that sound. So we're kind of using that as building blocks. And I don't know about you guys, but I really feel like this is like the generative thing, especially with how easy it is to do in Faceplant these days. It's kind of the way to go. And I think that right now we'll probably push the envelope, and then we'll kind of file back into figuring out how to make it tonal again, and then it will kind of refine in that way. But it's super fun, and I don't know, I just really enjoy doing that kind of sound design, as opposed to like trying to make one single movement and making that perfect. You know, I don't know, we're all kind of like into quote unquote like mud pies and sound design jams anyway, so why not make why not throw as many different variables as your computer can handle and see what comes out from it. Alright, cool. So, what else do I want to do to this? Oh yeah, one more thing. Let's go ahead and grab multiband effects 2, and then we're going to kind of just put the low ends maybe like here. I'm going to set this new preset to mono that here and save. There we go. So now instead of 150 hertz, we can kind of just keep everything 110 hertz and below in mono, and then now what I can do is kind of just record some of this stuff out. So I can turn the looping off, and then set up a resampling channel, set those both to record. Like this stuff right here, oh man. Alright, so I like all of this stuff. Now we can kind of come back in here and kind of change some other things and see if we can get some other variations. So now I'm going to take the pitch randomizer off and see if we get I mean, there you have it, you know, and all of those sounds and all of those variations that we got were just through a single patch. And, you know, once you have that, then you can always kind of come back to it or make small and subtle changes to it. I I don't know. That's I feel like especially if you guys are fans of like Frequent or Audica or something, like trying to make, you know, something just like this, like there's no way, for me personally, there's no way that I could come up with that phrase tent, you know, it would take me a really long time just to do. Yeah, I love Faceplant, man. It's just, it's the coolest thing to me. So we're gonna do this. Maybe one. We'll do this 2 more times. The first thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run this through Portal, and I'm gonna show you guys kind of like my randomization thing that I pretty much use now. That way I don't have to touch anything. And then I'll probably bounce that out and send that through through a granulator. So we have 4 randomizers on here. Have I ever tried using Serum? Yeah, I bought Serum way back when it came out in 2014, and I think I still have a few videos up on Serum, but I was just about to say I haven't used Portal yet. Yeah, I still use Portal quite a bit, but I've kind of found like the sweet sauce, you know. But the reason why I don't use Portal, or sorry, why I don't use Serum anymore, is because Serum I think is designed to attack or to solve different kinds of problems or to solve different kinds of sound design things. And it's not to say that like you can't do everything in Serum that you can in Faceplant or whatever. Like Serum is great. Where Serum really shines is the multi-stage envelopes via the LFOs and stuff. But as far as creating randomizations and stuff, the only options that you really have are in the global tuning with the chaos things. And these two right here have almost zero control. And so you can't really dial in on how things are being automated and how they are kind of switching around, if that makes sense. And so for me personally, I think that Serum is great for creating something that has intent. So if I'm going to create like a WOMP or something, like, what is this? Okay, so if I wanted to add this and create a specific movement and make this sound as cool as it can possibly, you know, as cool as it possibly can, then, you know, this would make sense, because now I can create like a single bass sound out of this and pretty much do you know, I can kind of build off of that in such a way. You know, you can still do a lot of different, it's not to say that there's not a lot of stuff that you can do on this, like you absolutely could, but at the same time, I don't want this to be that far, so we'll cut there, and then we'll take this one and cut there. And then you can do something like this, where you gently turn the mix up maybe about that much. So, you know, like whenever you're trying to design something with intent, Serum is great for that, and it's also incredibly fast. And, you know, if you wanted to bounce out different versions of this, so let's say you can also do it this way too, of like, all right, so I have the wapum, and then you duplicate this and you create a different phrase out of it. Hello. So now I want this to kind of be like wow wow or something, and set it to trigger. So now we have 2 different movement patterns of the same sound, and Serum is great for that kind of thing, especially like if you're into rhythm or something. But for me personally, like I've been doing this kind of stuff in this realm for a really long time, and I've kind of liked to kind of branch out. You can't get this kind of stuff that we get in Faceplant and Serum. It just isn't possible. And to my knowledge, like honestly, one of the best things about FacePlan is the control that you have of the randomizers compared to any other synth. The last time I streamed, which was last Sunday, I think that I also pulled up stuff like Falcon, Massive. Massive is actually kind of cool because it has the different performer things actually. So you can set randomizations to the performer side of things to create new shapes and stuff, but it's still kind of like, it's still not as much control. But, but with this, having the ability to change all of the, come on, please. Having the ability to change the shapes and stuff right here and being able to apply it to virtually anything and have it send out to so many different things, like, because it's not one randomizer per thing. You can randomize, everything with a single modulator. You end up getting so much more variations of sound. And if you kind of approach it within means of processing it like a neurobase or like with heavy processing it anyways, and you're kind of being mindful, then yeah, it also has the randomization of wavetables and stuff. But like I said, I really feel like FacePlan is just the most robust in that way. Especially like you can throw multipass in here, and that has its own set of randomizers, and then also snap heap. So, if I wanted to turn this, actually let's do that just for fun. If I wanted to turn this into, something that's going to have more cuts and all that, we can add an instance of FacePlan, and we'll leave this in serial for now. But the first one that I'll do is we'll take a filter here and throw this into an LFO. Sorry, I just had a total brain fart. So, the cutoff here, and then on this one, we will grab a notch and do the same cute little thing that we do with all the notch filters. And something that I've been experimenting with as well is actually even using the pitch modulator on here, but it doesn't quite work as well as I'd hoped, or at least the way that you have to set it up is a little bit different. So so you grab one of these, and now that we have this, we can actually use this mix function to separate between this. So it will start off as a bandpass, but as the mix goes down, this will kind of cut in that same way as well. So we can kind of use this in a means to just do really cool like filtering options. And we can even grab this and come back here and set it here and turn this one off. Pull this all the way up, and then change the cutoff here. So now we've got all of these, or we have a few different filter types that are kind of moving on their own. And if this kind of isn't working for us, then what we can even do is we can grab the same LFO and we can bring in some of the original sound back by pulling the mix off of that. And like having the ability to do this, of like having all of these randomizers set up and then have the ability to pull back on the mix entirely, means that we still get some of the original sound. And so when you have all of these randomizers that are interacting with each other, the amount of variety that you can get from it is pretty incredible. Like, you can't do that in any other synth. You just cannot do that in any other synth right now. You can probably set something like this up in like VCV Rack or a modular environment, so like Ableton Max for Live, all that stuff. And then of course, like within Bitwig, you have the ability to set up your own randomizers and modulators and stuff in that too. So Bitwig can technically do this if you set it all up, but the streamlined process of it, the workflow of it, is so much easier and so much quicker. And also, most of the time, like, you have to be mindful about if you were to do something like this within Bitwig. So whenever you have these randomizers set up, they're on like a per device case. So you would actually have to group this entire thing in order for the same modulators or randomizers to go throughout the whole thing. And so, like, really, that's kind of just been what I've been messing around with lately, of figuring out what works and what how these things interact with each other in order to create interesting sound, as opposed to just trying to make my bass cooler or trying to make whatever. So yeah, does anybody have any questions on that? And again, like, this is all theory, and I'm not claiming to be an expert on this stuff, but I'm just kind of like, this is what I'm working on. This is where I'm exploring. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah. So this needs to be here. Okay. So the thing with Portal that I've started doing as well is, in fact, taking advantage of the randomizations that Bitwig has to offer. So we kind of have a similar setup of 4 different randomizers, and it's really just automating everything that controls time and pitch. So the speed, the retrigger, the offset, the count, the pitch, density, and size have its own internal randomizer that you can use. So I have this kind of set to octaves. I'll probably just keep it as chromatic. And really, whenever you kind of throw this through, then you just kind of let it push play and let it do stuff. So let's go ahead and record that out from audio 2. Set that here, and we'll kind of just let this play out and see what happens. So yeah, I think that was actually pretty cool. And the cool thing about it is that when you have all this stuff set up, like, I don't have to tweak any knobs. I don't have to do anything. I can literally just let this go. Is this going up on YouTube later? No, because it's already set. I already have videos on that. I already have videos on this, rather. So hold on one sec. YouTube.com. Come on, interwebs. Bliss. Monster based, yeah, that would probably be ideal. Some kind of randomizer to it, and I hate the sound of my own voice. Cool. Was just the faceplant part you missed? Okay. Yeah. So there's that, and sorry, but there's a shameless plug. If you guys, I have a bunch of presets available, so if you guys are interested in that, then you guys can find the Ascension pack on alchemy.com. I've got 20 of those generators kind of pre-made, so you guys can go there, and then if you guys are interested in that, then it's some good stuff. I put a lot of work into those, but basically that's kind of the premise of kind of how all this stuff works, though. And once you kind of have a feel for that, let me see. I really like some of these that I've made, like Biomorph 2 and 3. Like, these are really cool. But yeah, I basically just made a bunch of patches like this, and I don't know why, but that shit is super sick. But yeah, there's a bunch of different things. One other one that I actually really like, I remember, is this tree one. Where is it? It's called like Forest Tree or something, I think. Somewhere. Let me out. Forest. Robot Forest. This one's really cool too. I like it just because it has more of a soundscapey feel to it. And sometimes you have to let these play for a while because, again, they are being randomized, and like everything kind of has to hit each effect in order for it to start reacting to each other. But once you kind of have that feel and you kind of let those play within each other, you can get some cool stuff. So yeah, man, these are all, I don't know, it's just cool shit. So yeah, I think one more thing that I'm going to do as well is I'm going to take this one. Let's mute this. I'm going to take this one and create a soundscape out of it. If only this came out several... Oh, Man from Soul dropped an EP, and I haven't heard it. Or I actually didn't get to finish it. But if you guys don't know who Man from Soul is, he's like doing the same thing that I'm doing, except in FL Studio. So if you guys are FL gang, then you should go and look him up. What was it talking about? Right. Okay. So one thing that I've found is pretty fun to do and pretty interesting is to set up a couple of these. And then I'm also going to grab the slice EQ. And then I'm also going to grab probably a ROM, I'd say. I'll talk about all this stuff here in just a second, but let's go ahead and grab this here. Actually, no, we're just going to leave this on. And then maybe set this to kind of just stay controlled, maybe with the Pro L or something, and see how that works out. So yeah, the pitch shifter on this is really freaking cool. In fact, if you have access to a pitch shifter in general, this is like a really good friend of yours. So what this will do is we're going to turn everything that we just recorded into a soundscape. And I think from here, what I'll also do is I'll mess with the grain size on this one and maybe pull that up just a little bit. And then I'm going to duplicate this and set that here. And so in theory, I would like to say this is going to help create a really interesting soundscape, but I think I'm going to place this before, so that way filter. Okay, so by default I have just a curved randomizer on this filter that is a notch, and then that kind of just sweeps these low mids right here. And then by default on the slice EQ, I have a boost and a notch that's kind of doing that same thing that I was talking about from before. But what we're going to, I'm going to make this a little bit slower actually. But what this is going to achieve, hopefully, is we're going to make some cool, interesting kind of like soundscape emotions from this. And what's going to help us achieve that is, for one, we all have a lot of variation of sound within this, but the pitch shifters themselves are going to just create some really interesting like movement from that. So let's see what this is going to sound like. Okay, this is going to be cool. So I think that instead we'll just kind of bounce this out. And let that play. I think that I'm also going to ease off of this just a little bit, so that way we don't get too much crazy stuff. Sounds pretty cool, but we obviously, like, on the low end side of things, we're really pushing that kind of hard. So I'm going to use a multi-band dynamic on this to kind of control that low end a bit, because obviously it's just too freaking muddy. And I think that I can also go back into ROM and fix that as well. But we're going to set a really low threshold right here. And let's say like everything below 300 hertz. And then we'll set a decently low threshold on this as well. Let me come into ROM and take out the low end of this. And hopefully that will make that sound a little bit cleaner. Yeah, so lots of cool stuff in there. Hello. Let's create another clip. It's fine. There's most likely going to be some tail end stuff on that, so we'll just hit that and then hit J, maybe. J, hello, J. Does not work. Oh, it's not letting me bounce. Why is that not letting me bounce? What? I've never run into that issue before. Can I do that on this one? I can't. Alright. That must be a bug. So I'm going to save this. Yeah, small f. Oh yeah, okay, it's fucked. Because it won't even let me save. That's okay. Worst case scenario, this is why Bitwig is great, is because I can come in here and I can grab this stuff and throw that out there. And then it wouldn't be too much of an issue to redo that, but let me try one more time and save. Oh, okay. Take a look at this. There's MIDI data that's being sent through. Okay. Now no, maybe. Okay. It's kind of weird. Oh yeah, we're crashing. We're crashing, boys. That's unfortunate. I wonder if... Okay, maybe... No. Okay, maybe I can take all this shit, dump it here. Fuck yeah. Alright, Bitwig. Twitch save. Okay, I think we're okay. Yeah, okay, and so now that works. So, yeah, that was just a bug. Boom. Was there anything else that I did different on this? Nope. So we can close that. And yeah, so +1, Bitwig. Good job. Good job. That was a pro save right there. Beautiful. Okay, so we've got some bass stuff. We've got some variation between all of these sounds, but now we just have a huge selection of things. Soundscape to kind of sift through, and we can kind of use some of this stuff to pull it together. What we can also do is we can take little bits and pieces of this and kind of start to shape different things in that way. So theoretically, we can kind of have a really cool opening and closing different sound palette or sound choice of these to, just to do different shit. So that's fucking cool. That little womp. Not bad. Yeah. That's cool stuff. So, uh, in general, I think that this kind of stuff caters towards, of course, like atonal slash of course like experimental music, but we have a large advantage over these things. How did my room get so dark all of a sudden? We have a big advantage to, placing some of these things together in like a slower kind of small or like slower paced sequence from our BPM. And one last thing that I'm going to do regarding this is I'm going to deactivate that. I'm going to deactivate that. No, I'll keep that live. I'm going to kind of just organize this. So we'll call this version 1. I think this is version 2 with Portal. Yeah, okay. Version 2 with Portal. And then we have our soundscape. So we can grab this and this and throw this and call this Risuku. And okay, those are turned off. And so now we have these different things to play with and kind of mess around with that. So the last thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to take the Portal version and throw this in here. And just for organization's sake, let's... Come on. Okay. So now we have a granulator or whatever, and we can basically play with different cuts and different chops and stuff. So the last thing that we can do is pretty much just set this up to kind of pull other stuff from it, I guess. Let's set that to post. Okay. So we have some cool stuff in there, but for some reason, whenever I think Ableton is guilty of this too, but whenever you throw a sample into sampler, it automatically makes it more quiet. So we're gonna do some damage control on that, and I'm probably just gonna use Saturn because it's a little bit more subtle. But we can use just a little bit of saturation and maybe boost the output a bit back to its former glory. Maybe just a little bit of compression on this. There we go. Nothing too hard. Just pushing the makeup gain a little bit. So now between this, the sound should be kind of like equal loudness of this kind of stuff that we have here. It can always be fixed down the line, and like because for me personally, we kind of have like an IDM, or I don't even know what to call this genre or something that we do within this. But because we have these different textures and stuff that are really different and variable in the first place, like you can always fix it later. But I find that if I try to just tackle it beforehand, it generally lends to being better later. So we'll solo this and set these two to record. And then I think it's almost in every granularizer that way, even with pad shop or quant, so there needs to be something like a compressor or saturator for it after the volume. Okay, yeah. Well, Portal doesn't do that, but Portal's Portal. The only output thing that's worth buying. I'm just kidding. Their stuff is cool. It's just not really for me. Not that inspiring. Touche. Yeah, but no, like a typical granular engine. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just also being a jerk. So yeah, let's start from here and let's bounce some stuff out. Okay, I think that we have plenty to play with. But yeah, so that's pretty much the gist of like how I've been creating sound palettes for my tunes. And granted, it's been a lot more difficult for me to actually like apply the stuff in a tune that I'm actually happy with. But if you kind of like follow the steps and like kind of trace that back and stuff, which I might save the VOD of this and put it somewhere, because I didn't really talk about doing this in granular or whatever, but I don't know, I'll think about it. But yeah, so like essentially like we have so many different sounds in here to choose from that are all just like textures and cool like granular movements and motions and stuff that we can literally kind of like, now it's just like what do I hear and how do I use these in such a way to kind of create something that's interesting, right? So as you guys can tell, this is like an 85 BPM thing, and I find that like if I can take more slower movements within this stuff and kind of like have longer quote unquote phrases, then you kind of like, to me, like I kind of have the idea whenever I make these kinds of sounds in particular to be like, how do you say, to kind of just have this, sorry, I'm kind of at a loss for words, to kind of just have this like slow evolving motion to kind of move everything through. Yeah. So with all that being said, I think that the last thing to kind of talk about now is to take this and slice it into a multi-sample, and depending on the speed of, let's do like half notes. Yeah, that should be okay. Depending on the speed of your song or the tempo of your song, usually I kind of dictate like how big these are. So if I'm going to have something that has a lot of techie stuff in it, then I'll usually make shorter chops. And then if I have something that has a lot of something that's not going to be quite as quick, then I'll try to go for the longer cuts. And then finally, whenever I kind of come into this thing, the thing about, actually let me come back here. The thing about these is if they're in repitch mode and you play a sample, that's pretty cool. Then by the time the sample ends, then you get silence. And so one thing that you can kind of do to help kind of average that out is, one, you can either set it into texture mode. Sorry, and then you'll also have to go into freeze mode, my bad. which you end up getting something like this. It might not be bad to automate that or whatever, but the flip side of that, what you can also do is to double click on one of these and highlight all of these and then just set these to a loop mode. So we'll just go to like play through this way. Like essentially if you wanted to, because I mean honestly, like if you think about it, this is going to loop perfectly in time by a half note every single time. So if you find a loop in here that you really like you can just use a single note out of here to create a riff. Like I could just push anything on here and see if it sounds cool. You know, that was really dumb, but you see what I mean, right? So that can potentially be used in an advantageous way. So now, like when it comes to this kind of stuff, we want to think about phrasing. And what it kind of comes down to for me, for the most part, is... Wait, what is this? Oh. Okay. What it comes down to me, for the most part, is... just thinking about how big I want my phrases to be. So, you know, typically within a call and response, right, like you kind of fit something in between a bar or 2 bars. Something that I really appreciate that a lot of people in IDN like Wolg do is like they have these like 16 bar phrases that is just completely randomized in one way or another, that it's very abstract, but at the same time there's so much variation within it that you end up getting some really cool, like, I don't know, just some really cool shit. So yeah, I think what we'll do is I'm going to finish working on this kick and then make a snare, and then I'll maybe start thinking about putting something together. How far I get into it, I don't really know, but I had a lot of fun just making... I still have a lot of fun just making these sounds, just because there's so much in them. You know, there's so much potential to just make cool shit. So yeah, let's go back to this kick. I want to listen to how this sounds again and see if I still like it. Chances are slim. It's okay. Okay. That's a lot better. Okay. And then maybe I'll go back in here and... I feel like maybe it's just me. Does this seem like hella quiet to you guys? I don't know why, but this kick seems so quiet to me. I just lost all my hearing. Wouldn't say quiet, but not saturated enough. It's pretty saturated. Like if I do anything else to this, it's gonna... Seems pretty beefy here.
Recording to
Yo,
logbook.
Bane21158. Thanks so much for the follow, man. I like that kick. Cool. Maybe I'm just tripping. I don't know. Okay, it's fine. It's manageable. You can send me a hardstyle kick if you want. I'm good, fam. I'm good. All right, so I'm gonna duplicate this and turn all this other stuff off because we're gonna end up using it anyways. But let's go ahead and make a snare now. Level up. Okay, just kidding. All right, let's go ahead and start here, and we want to create just kind of like a boom. It's just one of those days, I guess. What am I doing? Sounds like someone shooting a blaster. What am I doing? Sorry. Let's make this really there we go. And then let's make that a little bit higher pitch now. Maybe not from here, but from here. Or we'll take this one and I don't remember how I used to make snares in this. How did I? Anyways, we'll just did I not make any snares in here? There should be. Yo, Jack, thanks so much for the raid, dude. Really appreciate it, man. How are you? There should be a snare in here, and then I can remind myself. Yo. Okay, there we go. And then now, what is going on with... You guys hear that? Oh, it's the fan. Okay, so it's pretty much what I was doing from before. I just needed to set this to be a little bit lower because the initial pitch was way too high. Jack, you missed a bunch of cool stuff. You missed a bunch of cool stuff. There we go. Okay, so now what we can do is we can make this a little bit longer. And let's set this to like A#7. Pull this through. Yeah, we were doing a lot of textural things. But for some reason, this might have to be even lower because I want this to have more so of a tone. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that you can scale that way. Okay, so let's grab some noise. That sounds like a kick. So the initial pitch or the initial decay of this is I still can't get this to ring out as a sine. Okay, what the fuck ever. Let's go ahead and just grab it's too much time. I'll focus on that later. I don't feel like messing with that at this moment in time. So let's grab a snare and let's just make a new one. That's kind of cool. Oh. We'll just use that one for now. Wait, what? No, that's here. Here, dude. First order of business would be to saturate it. Second order of business would be to frequency shift it. No, not that one. Not that one. I need the kilohertz one. I'll mess with that in just a second, but let's throw this EQ on first, and then we'll look at doing different thingies. Typically, like sorry, just kidding. Like that would probably be ideal. Let's make that here, and we're just gonna like force this. Okay, and then let's give this a boost around like 1K. And from here, it doesn't really matter. We can literally let's duplicate that. We're going to make this dynamic now. And we're going to actually pull it down. Let's grab somewhere around 3K and kind of pull that out. Okay, now we need our transient shaper. So we went from, sounds a little bit cooler in my opinion. Okay, so in relation to this one and this, Okay. All right. In relation to this one, I think that I want this one to be more of like a lower 808. So and then what I'm also going to do is kind of just tighten this up a bit, I think. Like I said, man, I feel like this is so much more quiet than I don't know. Am I tripping? I don't think that I am. It's still not giving me like that thunk that I want. So it might be because I'm pulling frequencies out of somewhere that I shouldn't be. And then also I put too much tail end on that from the compressor. But let's go ahead and come back into here and see if we can pull up that punch. Maybe like F3. That's too high. Maybe like F2. Maybe C3. F2 so far. Sorry, I'm very meticulous when it comes to shaping drums, but that's just because like I want to focus on doing this now, so that way whenever I throw the kick in, I'm not going to have to put any more work into it. Yeah, it doesn't need to be boosted. Okay, so now let's see if we can get away with pushing this up a little bit more. Okay, let me look at this through another EQ. And then let's make this dynamic again too, because obviously it's very tonal. Okay, and then I think what I'm actually going to do as well is I'm going to shift this from being F. What is this? Oh, this should be A sharp 4. It's because of the frequency shifter. I'm ideally trying to set this to be a fifth, of the fundamental, since we're doing this in F. That sounds like it has a little bit of a cleaner contrast. So the cool thing about this is that we have low end on this. Actually, if we look at this through a Pro Q, so this is going to be pretty much for the most part taking up most of that frequency range. And then if we look right here, we've got this. I'll end up boosting this range right here to kind of help level that out, I think. Or maybe I'll just pull this down and then kind of bring that up. But the cool thing about it is that because we have these two contrasting things separated, that means that we have a lot of space to play with all of that other stuff. So we can focus more so on bringing in those other elements and not having to cut so many of those frequencies out whenever we're trying to fill out the space. And it could be advantageous in one way, because it will allow us to fit more things in it aside from the drums, but at the same time it could also be detrimental because it's kind of doing what I was talking about not doing before, which is trying to fill out more of the space, if that makes sense. So yeah. And this will probably end up being layered anyways, but so let me look at this and group this as a thing. And then I'm going to kind of just check these levels right here. Dude. Really? Okay, so this is significantly louder than... Let's see how that pans out now. That's still way better. Let's try this. That sounds better. Okay. It's kind of odd though for that to be doing that even though there's a glue compressor at the end of this. Because ideally this should be clipping. You know what? I'm just going to leave it. And we'll just clip the shit out of it anyways. Oh, no, not free clip. I want the G clip. Some people say that the free clip is better than this one, but I don't know if I agree with that or not. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to bounce this out. And we're going to bounce this out. And then typically what I have a habit of doing is just turning these off. And now I can bring these to the recycle bin. And because they're deactivated, like it's not going to take me any CPU for this, so we can kind of just start creating stuff off of this. And let me go ahead and switch that over. Sorry that took me so long. Look at that. And that sounds totally different than what it was from before. And also louder too. Okay, that sounds pretty good. So what I'm doing right here is the kick is probably fine on its own, but for this I kind of just wanted to have a solid fundamental, and that has a nice little like tonality to it of like A sharp somewhere, A sharp 5 maybe. But now that we have this, we can start thinking about like what to create with it. And so that wants to be right there. Right, undo. Let's move both of those. Really? What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna push. I think I'm gonna leave this one on grid, and then maybe push this one forward. Boom, boom. Okay. Did I turn looping off? I must have. And I guess I also didn't. Okay, well that that might help. Of actually placing this on time. Okay, so I'm going to group this right here, and we're going to label this as snores. And then we'll label this as kook, because I like kooks and snores. So this will most likely end up being layered as soon as, for now this is just a template to kind of get something started. But yeah, let's go ahead and move this over here. Okay, I'm going to grab this over here, and we're going to name these glooches, because that's what all this stuff is. And there should be, yeah, that should belong there as well. Let's make sure that we have a master thing on here. Cut that off. This is more so just for analyzing. And we're going to switch all of these to be gray. Let's name this drooms. And this will be a darker gray. Okay. So yeah, let's kind of like just find something and see if we can get some cool shit to come about now. So it took 2 hours to do sound design, and now I guess we can kind of get into having some fun, and hopefully maybe sequencing something together that can potentially sound cool. So I'm just going to start with this half bar right here. And see if anything kind of comes up that sounds interesting. That kind of sounds cool. What happens if I duplicate this and okay, so I do still like this thing right here, so like the, but for now, we can maybe just, and then maybe we can throw in another accent right here, but where's this shit at? So maybe I'll kind of dip into one of these things. Maybe kind of like that, and then I'll just borrow from here and kind of throw that in right there. Hold on one sec, guys. I'm gonna wake my brother up really quick for work, and then I'll be right back. Okay, so what we're going to do so what we're going to do is we'll take that, and then we'll probably leave that open as a space. And then with this one here, we will cut that off right here instead, and then have a longer phrase right here. So okay, that actually sounds kind of cool. So maybe there's a cool like I could I could process that, but I find that there's most likely something in here that I won't have to start to process. So hold on. That's cool. Okay, I'm actually going to leave that right there. Maybe take off that. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is on the drums, I'm going to grab a reverse snare. That'll probably serve its purpose. And let's go ahead and come in here, and I'm just going to Do that. Do that. Really? Okay. We'll do that then. And then we kind of want to go here. There we go. Oi. Based. 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 Take away. Let's listen to how that sounds. And then let's double that and fade that in. It's probably on slice. Yeah, it's on slice mode. So we're going to set that to stretch. Okay. So now let's go ahead and insert an effect rack. And let's go ahead and add in a large reverb, something like ROM. And we're going to group this. We're going to set that to 100% mix. And then we're going to throw a Pro Q. And just cut everything at like 140, 150 off. And then what I'm also going to do is set in a multi-band dynamics. So that way, just in case, because whenever we introduce this reverb, it's going to get really large. So I'm just going to come in here and throw that in, and then throw that in as well. Most likely, we're going to want a sub. So let me grab an instance of phase plant. And for now, we'll just leave that on an analog. And then we'll group that. And then we'll send that in as well. So this shouldn't be affected anyways because we're cutting everything from that thing off anyways. So I'm not too worried about it. We're cutting that thing off from that thing that, you know, is doing things. So in essence, like the thing is kind of arbitrary. The sub frequencies aren't going to pass into this, so we don't have to worry about that. That's what I meant to say. Maybe a little bit of that, though. Okay. So now that we have this, though, we can kind of fade this in like so. Oh, no. No, 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 no. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to grab this and then kind of fade this in here. And one cool thing that I like doing with these glitches sometimes is like you end up getting like a interesting rhythm that normally, for me anyways, couldn't be premeditated. Okay, we'll just give that a little bit. So now we can kind of look at some other things that might be kind of interesting. So usually by this, I'll just pull up some kind of preset on here. And we can kind of just open this up and see if anything interesting. So now that I have that, I can come into the here and or kind of find some other variations that might be kind of cool. So, so there's an opportunity right there to have some kind of little fill. Let's name that Boosh. Let's grab a sub, and then one thing that I wanted to talk about with this was introducing stereo to the sub. So typically when I would make a sub from beforehand, it would literally just be something like this. But something that I've been experimenting with lately is, for one, it's important to add some more harmonics into this, but also taking the low mid region of the sub and allowing that to kind of widen out a bit. So let's go ahead and push some of this into here, and we're not going to do too much. Maybe a little bit of distortion. That sounds pretty nice. So what we can do on here is add an instance of multipass. Dang, dogs, you smell horrible. Oh my god. And we'll turn the low end down of everything at like this region here. And then with this, we can add in an ensemble or chorus or anything that we want, really. And now, let's take a look. We've got a nice spread on that. But the low end is in mono. Well, it's got a little bit of movement, but we're not getting anywhere close to having any kind of phase cancellation whatsoever. So, but I want to see if I can spread that out a little bit more, because it sounds okay, but I want it to be wider. Yeah, and I think that's okay, as long as this is, as long as that's controlled. There must be some kind of crossover between that, though, is why that's being introduced. What I can do is kind of move this up a little bit. Wait. Yeah, that should be okay. Okay, so alright, the next order of business, quote unquote, is we could add, or we could process this with an OTT, or we can do typical side chaining. So I'm just going to start with an OTT first and listen to how that sounds. And then, bless you, dog. Why is there... Oh. Because there has to be some kind of stereo mix within this, I feel, because if you just leave it like this, it sounds like boring as hell. It sounds flat, so I think that having at least a little bit in there or something could be helpful, but maybe you don't need that many voices. That sounds a little bit stronger. So in any case, like, you know, this already has, not this in particular, but this already has characteristics enough that have some kind of like swing and life to it, if that makes sense, just because this kind of carries the tune. So, you know, once we start thinking about that, really it's just a matter of trying to flesh that out in such a way that kind of makes it seem a little bit more interesting or whatever. But for the most part, most of the time, I just leave this on its own. But I wonder if this bounces this out to mono, because I feel like this was a really wide signal at first, and then it got really narrow. Oh no, that's wide as hell. So what happens if I take... Oh my god, dude, really? The dogs are up. All hell is about to break loose. So maybe it might be advantageous to, instead of just letting this be like a normal, it might be cool to, my glasses are hurting my ears. It might be cool to have some kind of envelope on this with the pitch thing. So like a, I don't know. We'll find out here in a sec and see if we can get anything cool to come out of it. Maybe a little bit more decay. And it might actually be kind of cool to do like let me think about this. Maybe an LFO and do let's start with that for now. And then of course I'll need to level that out because it's way too loud. Okay, and now what I kind of want to do is I want to take this and reintroduce some of the space again, because now it's just kind of consistent. So what we can do is we can remove some of the excess stuff on here. And so I think that now what we can do is we can maybe look at something from here. No, not there. I think with this one we've already, yeah, okay, so I can actually take this one out and throw that into the recycle bin, and then take that off, and then this is I think the one, the soundscape one was the one I wanted to look at. I think that I might be able to get away with creating a new track on here. And then throwing an EQ on this. Let's cut that pretty significantly and also take a lot of that high end off. Or maybe not, depends. Then what happens if I grab this, go here, slice in place, 128. And then maybe we can have like another sound. Huh? Yeah. Something else right here maybe. Okay, and I think that I want to cut more of that low end too. Alright, it might be kind of cool to have this cut out a little bit more early, and then we'll bring this up here and cut this out, so that way we go into a dry signal. And then I would want this to let's see what happens if we add in another kick. And then we would probably want to put that somewhere right here. Maybe not that. Okay, we're going to end up changing that last sound most likely, but where did that tool go? Okay. Let's just pull this back down a little bit. And then let's go ahead and pull this here as well. Maybe I'll add another kick. Wait. Let's go right there and then delete that and then Okay, let's try and see if we can find a cooler sound for this now. So I'm going to duplicate this just in case if I want to go back to it, but I'm going to see if anything else is in here that's kind of cool. Come on, computer. What's up with this today? That's kind of cool. Alright, so let's take this and move it on over. And then we'll grab this whole thing and duplicate. I gotta move it further. Okay. So on that second one, we'll create a variation now. And we'll slice this into maybe a 16th. Undo. 32nd, maybe. There we go. That's so convenient. Okay, let's layer this with something else. you some kind of cool fill right there. Something different. Oops. Why is my computer so fucking slow? Jesus, dude. That's funny. Okay, maybe what I can also do is over here I will set this effects layer to kind of. You good? Okay. Kind of pull this up too. See what happens. Wait, how long is this phrase? Oh, I've got a lot more time. now that we have this idea, let's take all of this stuff and let's move it over. Yo, what up, Funk? Okay, so now we have this whole thing right here, and we can bounce this out and do a couple different things. So the first thing that I'm going to do is this is just kind of serving as like an idea, right? Like I'm not really like, this is the coolest thing ever, but it's enough that we have at least some sort of sense of groove with it, that we can kind of interplay, that we can interact and just replace certain parts of this with an entire section. So I guess this is within the drums, so we want to pull that out. But now I can kind of find a part and kind of take out everything that's in here and rearrange in such a way that might be interesting or might be worth looking at. So maybe right there in that moment, we can take something kind of like this and then just place it in. And literally just find something here. And we can literally grab everything else that's in between right here and deactivate it. Oh, you can't do it like that. That sucks. Okay, well I guess the snare can stay. But you get to stay this time, snare. Okay, well there's nothing there anyway, so... This might not work so well for... It's okay. Alright, so now what we can do is maybe on here I can use an entire phrase. yeah, I have enough, or I have quite a few things or quite a few elements to play with now. So, within that idea, within this idea rather, now I can kind of switch some things up and see if anything else interesting comes up. I mean, with that little riff right there that we made during the beginning, the little Reskimo, with that little riff thing that we made from beforehand, it's kind of just a placeholder, I guess, because now like I'm not too afraid to like go back and break this and mess it up or whatever. But within this little thing, like it might be cool to. Yeah, I already did that. Right here. Resample again, phone. Oh, you're watching on your phone. So yeah, on this. I think right here it might be kind of cool to do like a triplet or a dotted rhythm. So like a dun dun dun. Let's take that off. That seems off time to me. It's because it is. It's supposed to be that much. Take it off? Yeah, you? Okay. Say what? Alckemy is back and so am I. Hey man, how are you? I'm kind of just doing a big stream day today. I kind of just wanted to be live and do some shit, so there we go. Okay. So now that we have that, I was going to do something here maybe. Oh no, that's that same snare. Maybe see if creating some space will create something interesting like that. This thing? It's kind of square looking. So there's this super muddy cloud right here, and I think the reason why is because of this. Hello? I guess not. Maybe there's one here? Nope. Okay, so... maybe I can switch this up a bit. And just do... that seems a little bit cleaner. And maybe we there's some space there, so we can potentially put something else there. Hey. You leave me alone. Sorry I'm not talking much. I'm kind of just in the midst of doing stuff now. Also, who the hell is Andy? I think it would make more sense to say micro edit Ian. Okay, those two sound almost exactly the same. So what happened there? Andy likes to be called Ian. I mean, you can call me whatever you want, as long as it's not bitch. It's a one-way ticket to ban. That's kind of cool, actually. How can I bring that out more? And then also, right. I will call you friend. This sounds fucking cool. Okay. So I think one thing that's going to help this sound a little bit cooler is fuck. I'm feeling lazy. I don't want to do all that. Yeah, okay. That's fine. So this initial sound right here, that meh, meh, I'm going to take... So everything except for the last thing I'm going to take out. Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah. So we'll just leave that last little thing here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this a little bit wider, I think. And maybe give it some kind of... True friends, yes, such friends, yes. All friendage is. Okay, so let's EQ this a little bit. It sounds a little thin now, so what else can I do to this as far as an effect goes to bring this out more? Maybe a disperser. That's kind of cool. I've got a lot to do today. I've I've been. This came together in about an hour, and then the first 2 hours I've pretty much just spent doing sound design for these different kinds of things. So yeah, I'll probably not trash this, but I'll probably move this over to the side and then do something totally different and try to maybe create like a different vibe or something, and then maybe do like 4 or 5 different versions of this and see if any of these kind of like sound cool or whatever. But I guess like this in particular just kind of came into, some swingy offbeat thing. But there's so many other sounds within this stuff that we've made earlier that I really kind of want to dive into. So speaking of, let's go ahead and do that. So how do I want to do this? Yeah, okay. So yeah, this stuff sounds pretty cool. It's got tons of different thingamajiggers in it. Wait, I want to grab the entire section. And we're going to move this over here, stranger. It's fine. Doesn't need to be anywhere that important. One thing that I am going to do, though, is I'm going to borrow the kick and snare and reverse thing off of this. Wait. Just because I don't want to go back and fish through that again. And then I can think about a different pattern with this as opposed to some kind of like hip hop or halftime beat or whatever. So let me mute this stuff, and I kind of just want to listen to the metronome for a second and maybe think about some other different cool sounds or whatever. I lied. I'm going to go into the glitches and maybe look at pulling some other cool stuff up from here. That's kind of cool too. But these ideas are really simple, I guess, and I don't really know if I want it to be simple or if I wanted to do something else, but I could easily, or I think that we could easily make a riff out of that of just like, what's this one? This one? Like that's an easy one right there too. That's kind of cool as well. Just an idea. Take one of your loops like this one, put it on Discord, make it a sample flip challenge. I'm curious how everyone would work with it, maybe for the future. Like what, stems or just the whole thing? Or do you mean this cut? I just said this 3 times. Because I've done that before. I've dropped some of these things and been like, and actually sent it to some people and been like, hey, try to come up with something or whatever. But if we do that, it wouldn't be like a stream challenge. I don't really do like the production challenges on Twitch. It's just not my thing. I think that they're excellent ideas, and I love when Whittler and Musar and them do that, but for me personally, it's just not something that I like doing. I don't feel like managing it. Sorry. Why is that? Why does that exist? Good lord. Alright, let's make some TikTokness out of this. Oh, that's sharp. I have clap pulled up, and this is titled as snare. That's why. Bitwig, don't you know what's the clap is? Come on. Oh, that's nice. Ooh, piece of candy. Let's take out that transient. Okay, so it might be kind of cool to add in some other kind of like tonal, or not tonal, but where's that soundscape? Maybe something to kind of fill some of those voids. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool too. Maybe I'll take that. Let's deactivate this thing. Okay, so I mean, just that, not maybe necessarily this sound, but just kind of something right there to kind of pull out. And then it might even be kind of cool to do like an actual clap somewhere. So maybe something kind of like this, where we have Evan, I'm still waiting on what you meant by that, by the way. How did you want me to? Do I use other filter plugins besides Bitwig Native? Yeah. I have Volcano too. That one's pretty cool. I don't use it that much, but I use that, and then I use Slice EQ. And then sometimes I use the EQ Plus from Bitwig as well to do filtering. Let's give that some reverb. Yo, Sam. Thanks so much, man. You didn't have to do that.
Silencer just subscribed. With peace, long time no see.
Yeah, it has been a long time, hasn't it? Welcome, man. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Alright, let's grab some Foley. You know, that could be kind of cool. This can be kind of sick if we use this just kind of as like a initial tone thing. But I would want to find another one. Okay, that sounds pretty cool. Let's tune that though. If you're ever asking for things to show people in future sessions when you're just having fun doing sound design, I'd really like to see how to utilize the modulators as far as automating in Volcano. Okay, give me a quick... you mean the built-in modulators or Bitwig's modulators? Built-in? Okay, I'll pull that up in a second. Today, like, I'm not... Whenever I do, like, serious production, I usually turn the mic off and I turn everything off and then I just do stuff. But today I'm kind of just, like, messing around with ideas and having fun. Okay, so let's shift this to... Yeah, like I said, today I'm just hanging out, so I don't really have anything on the agenda or no place to or no rush to do anything, or be anywhere by any means. So, what is this? Okay, so Funk, are you still in here? Did you leave? Let me finish up this idea really quick, and then I'll pull that up, okay? Okay, so I don't see him. He left. He left me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna see if this works. This idea to me is so much cooler than the other one. Even though I haven't really like automated any reverb or anything on it, this just sounds like it just. I still need to cut some of that shit out, but. And I'm guessing that this is probably the primary. Okay, yeah. So I can cut everything below that. Okay, and then we would probably want to try to take some things and means of suction. Okay, so Charlie, hold on. I need to. Can we all do this really quick? I need to do this. One is I need to do this, and two, I need to do. Maybe not a long one. Maybe not 10 minutes, but maybe like a quick 5-minute one. Okay. First order of business. Okay. Alright. Hello, puppies. Hello. You guys, come on. Ugh, gross. Stop, Buckshot. Just kidding. Okay. You guys go lay down. Go. Okay, I feel much better. If you haven't noticed, we have some new channel points. They're not too expensive, but they're things to be mindful with whenever we have long streaming days like this, to just freaking not sit in a chair hunched over for 10 hours. I'm guessing I'm going to shoot for 10 to 12 hours today. No, who does dabs anymore? Yeah, I did. Um, Charlie, regarding your question, so like when you're talking about filtering, and the modulators and stuff, like what kind of neuro, like what kind of sound are you thinking of using that in context for? Like something like a bass or something like regular filtering or what? I need more specifics. For bass? Okay. So we're going to redeem this break now. I'm going to take a break from arrangement. I have so many points, guys. Did you guys know that? I have so many points. Infinite points. Okay, let's pull up a new instance of Foo's plant. And then thank you. Okay, so let's just make like a chunky bass. And I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but it's fine. Let's do something kind of like this. I just don't know if it's easier to automate with Ableton's filters or to use modulators. So I think, honestly, I think that Ableton's filters are better, especially like if you're considering that Ableton has the morph filter. And then also like if you have Max for Live, then there's also the LFOs that you can use to automate outside as well. So you can actually get a little bit more intricate than with the built-in Volcano stuff. But, you know, it depends on the way, I didn't want to do that. It depends on the kind of filtering that you do as well, though. For example, like for me, like whenever I do actual filtering, like I set up randomizers. So that way, like it's not just one single sound, right? It's a bunch of different stuff. What? Okay, let's give this a little bit more to bite through. Well, I love the way you do filtering, so just do what you do. Okay, so if you wanted to do it the way that I do filtering, then I would do it just through Ableton. One sec. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Okay, so we're probably going to need a little bit more here in a second, but assuming that we're doing Volcano, they're made from the same guy that made the glue compressor? I would typically stray away from using the EQ8 for filtering, and it's not to say that it's a bad idea, but when you start combining some of the things with it, you get a lot of resonance peaks in there that are usually pretty undesirable, but you can also get some cool shit in there too. It just depends on what you're doing. So by default, this is actually my go-to filter, but I'm not using the internal randomizers. I'm using internal randomizers that are messing with the mix, and then I have a parallel split that's doing, one of it is a band pass and the other is a low pass filter. So if I let this play, so you end up getting some neat stuff from there. And then like you can also mess around with left and right channel and mid and side, which is sometimes pretty cool. But yeah, so the big thing about Volcano 2 that actually has an advantage over something, say like Ableton is that you have the ability to use a mix, and there's different ways to achieve that. Like you can do a rack and have a dry signal come through, but for the most part, if I just have the ability to do it this way, then I don't really have to worry about all the other ones. So regarding the modulation in here, it's been a while since I've looked at this stuff, but I would probably use something kind of like an envelope generator. And basically between this, was this what I wanted? Maybe an XLO, LFO. I think that there is a way that you can actually do randomization on here. So you do like 4 steps, right? There you go. And you hit this as random. And then you click and drag this to here. Let's turn this off for a hot sec. How do I do that? There we go. And then we set this to a complete amount here. And the other thing that I don't like about this either is that even though this is moving, you can't see it right here. So I don't actually know how deep this is going as opposed to just listening to it through my ears. And sometimes that's kind of annoying. So now let's go ahead and just kind of set this maybe at like 1/8. What is this right here? MIDI trigger. Okay, that's fine. So I think that this actually isn't, this is only a single randomizer, I want to say. That's what that looks like to me. Is this actually... Okay. So what's happening with this is that the value is being randomized, but the actual shape of this is a sine wave. So no matter what, it's just going to be a wah, 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 which kind of stinks. So, you know, on one end, you can kind of set that up and kind of create a multi-stage envelope with this if you wanted to. So as opposed to having all these be random, you can kind of set something up like this of here and then doing that or whatever. Which, you know, which can work, but yeah, ugh. What we can also do instead, you can also use an envelope follower, which is kind of cool as well if you wanted to like make sound affect the sound, I guess. That's not what I meant to do, sorry. Let's do an envelope generator. So with this is pretty much just your standard like decay and all that stuff to where you can create something that only goes up and down. But as you can see, like the amount of shapes and modulation that you actually have, like it's cool that you can do this to several different things and have it all go together. But the ability to actually do random shapes and stuff just isn't quite there for me anyways. It just doesn't, how do I remove this? It just doesn't like have enough, it doesn't have enough like variation capabilities within the way that I'm used to doing things, if that makes sense. So and that's kind of stupid that you only have a linear, a square triangle, and a sine as well, because that's only like 4 different shapes from like a $150 plugin. I suppose like you might be able to set up something to where like you make this more complicated by dragging this over here and setting this up to a different speed parameter. And changing the offset with this, and then I think like maybe what I would do is not the glide. Oh, you can't even set that up to the speed. That stinks. Blah, really? Oh yeah, for sure. That would definitely cater towards doing that. And let me just pull up a new patch or a new thing right here. So the way that I have this set up is the frequency of filter 1 and 2 are being automated, and then also the mix. So 3 different randomizers. Likewise, you can set, like if you want them to kind of like move together, then you can just use one randomizer on both frequencies, so that way they interpolate opposite, and then you can have a separate randomizer to mess with the mix. Do it by hand, but yeah, and like one thing I don't get about this too is that there's actually no notch filter. Like there's no notch shape, so that's really dumb. And I suppose that like what you can do is, what if I didn't want all of these in parallel? What are these different shape options? Okay. So if you wanted to, you can use a routing function like this. And then on 3 and 4, you can actually like pseudo create a notch where you have this cross interpolation over. So you would set this to be a high pass. And what you would do in between this is you've got this one, and then you kind of like have this cross play between it. But it's really annoying to do things this way sometimes, and like kind of like tedious to get it right. So I think like the band pass, low pass is probably the most usable thing that you can do with that. But I mean, likewise, I can pull up slice EQ, and you can have as many notches or as many bands, I think up to 8 bands, but that's more than enough. And then you can actually come in here and automate all of the stuff in between here. So this is a little bit more efficient in that way. And then also, I believe that there's also, is there a mix on here? I thought there was. Let me see. Yeah, so you can just like automate the mix on this too. Bloop. Dude, like, yeah, this is the shit. And like, I mean, really, it's just an EQ, right? It's a parametric EQ, but between this, like, the only reason why I would reach for this over like a FabFilter Pro Q or something is just is the only reason actually is just because this preset that I have as far as a default one is already linked up in that way. So every time I go into Slice EQ, like this is already randomized and I don't have to pull it up. Whereas with Pro Q3, I have a lot more stuff that I have a lot more uses outside of this that I usually do. So this is just an easy like filter preset that I can pull up and then just leave it as that. Whereas the Pro Q3, even though it's good for filtering and doing all that stuff too, I have a lot more different uses for it, if that makes sense. So that's kind of the philosophy behind why I do that. And I guess like I could just make the preset and then pull it up from Pro Q3, but I think that it's just a little bit easier to pull up. And for me, it's all just about trying to just be more efficient, if that makes sense. That doesn't even sound like it's doing anything. Probably because the mix is off. Oh no, it's at 100%. Oh, there we go. And so like whenever I think like a band boost and a notch is like, as far as like serial filtering goes, is probably one of the better ones that you can do. Be right back, gonna pick up food. Can you get me some too? And you end up getting a lot of really cool stuff from that as well. So yeah, I'd probably do synthetic as well. So like just by having a relatively simple detuned saw wave that's being FM by another saw wave, you can get some pretty interesting results just from that kind of filtering. And then like once you have this set up as a preset, then you can just like do this shit and see what happens. Like to me that sounds pretty sick, so you don't really need to do a whole lot else. But yeah, that's kind of how I would go about doing that. I still have Ableton. I don't use it a whole lot. Someone that I've been doing privates with recently got it, so I might open it up more when he needs it. Hold on one second. Okay. So, yeah. Does that answer your question though regarding like how to do filter thingamajiggers? If you don't mind, I'm gonna get back to this thing that probably sounds like crap. So to go in normally with a relatively clean, solid waveforms, we go. No, well, not exactly. In regards to filtering, we have to consider what we're doing with filtering. And for me, the thing that I always chase in regards to bass is like vocal tones, right? So using that to achieve it, or really just introduce movement, I guess, would be the more simple way. But I'll just pull up a patch for you that we can kind of take a look at. And I think that I like Gashida. I do absolutely just want to see if I was missing out on something with Volcano's modulators. Yeah, it's really good for like if you want to do something, if you wanted to do something specific, like a specific movement, then I think that you'd be fine. But if you want to randomize it, then I think that you should try to look into, other other means of randomizing things. So this is I think this is a patch from Aberrance, and it sounds like this. That should have a larger pitch bend range. So in this particular case, I wouldn't say that the filtering is a clean signal. It's got distortion. It's already got... Oh, that's just noise. Okay. So it's just a chunky waveform. And then we have a resonator and a pitch shifter. This is for creating more so of like a chord out of this bass as opposed to just a single harmonic. But once we get into here, then I usually keep the low end pretty clean and use some frequency splitting on this just because it's available to do some random movement. So we have a low pass, we've got a high pass, and then we've got a band pass on that, and then some distortion. But I'm also automating the mix on these so that way I'm not cutting too much of the signal out. And then that's being sent into another distortion. Then we have another filter, which is a notch. And then we've got a low pass filter. So really, like, it doesn't really matter where you put filters in the chain. It's more so about like what the overall effect is, and then how to bring some of that stuff back. So like if you're cutting way too much of the signal back, then you need to figure out different things to reintroduce some of the higher harmonics if you're trying to do like a full range bass, if that makes sense. But for me, like I don't really start with a clean signal per se. I just try to get a really chunky waveform, and then the effects processing that happens after that, it doesn't really matter, especially because you're randomizing things, right? The only thing that is really important is at the end, maybe add a limiter. And then if you have something that's really like, that has a lot of dynamics in it to where like it gets really quiet or it gets really loud at times, and like you can see like crazy peaks and stuff through like an EQ or whatever, then it might be wise to compress it so that way the sound is a little bit more consistent throughout. And like you can still leave some dynamics in there, but that's usually why people compress things at the end of the chain as opposed to at the beginning. And you can do a combination of both. That's just why, if that makes sense. Yo, it's 2 p.m. and it seems like my room is just dark as hell. Does that make sense to you though? What's this one? Like this one is a lot more simple, I believe. So this one's just, two of the wavetables that are the same. Immediate filtering, more filtering, distortion, distortion, stereo control. So yeah, the pitch on that is jumping around because my CPU is tanking, but that should be like a smooth thing. But yeah, this one is pretty vocal in its own right, and usually that's a combination, like I said before, of a band boost and a notch, and then some other shit as well. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question. This one's kind of cool. Yeah, for sure, man. I think for this one in particular, I kind of want to leave out just a little bit more space. So I'm going to bounce that in place for space and then kind of fade that in. Okay, and it might be kind of cool to start to introduce this stuff. I don't think that I did. No, I didn't. Okay. Just kind of pull that there. And let that fade in. See how this sounds. So it might be kind of cool to duplicate that. Move that over the side. And then maybe do something different right here. Okay, I want some kind of growly thing right here. So I'm just going to use this as a placeholder. And then I'm going to go over here and find something that sounds interesting. Like, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool too. Yeah, man, I just like doing this stuff so much more than just trying to make like a regular neuro bass or whatever. Just for the fact that like the sounds that you get are, in my opinion, are so much different than what I was making from before. Okay, like let's see what happens if... Oh no, that needs to be a shorter fade. I'm excited to play games today. I think that we're gonna start with Donkey Kong Country, and I don't even know if I'm gonna finish it in 6 hours or whatever. But I actually need to type in a lineup of retro games to list out. But I was talking about it on Discord, and yeah, that's gonna be fun. It's usually when I lose all my viewers, but I don't care. Okay, let's see what this sounds like if we pitch it down. Okay, maybe we can just use the first half of that phrase and find a different one. Shut up, Siri. That's kind of cool. Okay, that sounds pretty sick. And then maybe I'll kind of push this a little bit further. Okay. So I kind of like this idea. Actually, I like this idea a lot better than the first one that we made. I don't know why, guys. I am not cut out for halftime music. I can make the sounds and to get close, but it's just not there. This is how does Bitwig compare to live CPU wise on Mac? During like pre Bitwig 3.0, I think that it was pretty unoptimized. That being said, Bitwig has done a lot better to optimize like the plugins and stuff, but Ableton has been around for so long that it's really hard to compete with it. Yeah, I think that actually Ableton in general, as far as all the DAWs go, is just hella optimized for their plugins, both first party and third party. But you know, I feel like it also depends on like what kind of computer you have these days, right? Because sorry, I'm trying to get my leg to cross over here, bend that way. Okay. Yeah, it depends. It depends on like how nice your CPU is. But I have an i7 from mid 2015, 16 gigs of RAM, and for the most part, like I'm able to stream and run, you know, a full range of plugins. But I'm also like the kind of person that will like stack shit on top of itself until I start to break my computer. So, you know, it depends. Okay, so I had an idea. I forgot what my idea was. Let me listen to this again. Hell yeah. Okay, I think right here it would kind of fit well to have some kind of like splash or something. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I think like the goal with this is I wanted it to sound kind of like steamy, you know. I really like the idea of, for one, I really like making like dark shit, but I really like the idea of like things sounding like machines and like steam exhaust kind of like I don't know, it's just weird, but And that's kind of cool that it only comes out of the right ear. It's kind of cool that it only comes out of the right ear as well. Funk Ma would have appreciated that gesture I just did. And then I think that somewhere in there, a separate sub I think would be kind of cool. Wait, where was it? Let me listen. Probably right there. I just did this to make sure that my headphones were lined up correctly. I think it's you that one of us or somebody in my channel or in my chat has the same pair of headphones, and like we were arguing about like the left and right and how you're supposed to orient these, and I was like, yeah, there was these two little things like on the left side. I guess this is opposite, but this is my left side for you guys. On the left side that tells you if your headphones are on correctly or not, and like we were talking about like stereo placement and shit. I don't remember if it's you. I thought it was you that had the same pair of headphones. Dude, do not throw up in my fucking room. Okay, he's alright. Sub, yeah. We're gonna do a sub. So typically before, like, it wouldn't be uncommon for me to it is you. Okay, yeah. I thought it was. My memory's not as bad as I thought. I recall this conversation. Okay, I don't actually want to do the pitch bend, but alright, let's introduce some noise into this one. Just a tiny bit. Maybe like that much. Okay, let's listen to how that sounds. Okay, this one's just spread out just a little bit too far, I feel. I think like a big thing that I've been trying to figure out how to do is get the energy of my subs to match like my mid-range basses and stuff. But again, that was something that we were talking about with like stereo placement and all that, right? Or stereo enhancement, rather, I think would be the proper term. Because if it's right down the middle, it just sounds like shit. It sounds really weak if it's just there. Like, even though, like, you know, your sub frequencies are all that. Or maybe my headphones are lying to me. But, yeah, I am saving up to get some speakers. So maybe down the line I'll be able to actually tell the difference about my shit. Solid, dude. I don't know why that just reminded me of that. But yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at here. Okay, and then maybe something right here instead of this same phrase. Maybe something like... That could be cool. And then maybe instead of having that full phrase, we can kind of pull that off a bit. And then actually maybe it might be cool to... how do I want to do this? I'm going to see what happens if we send this probably right there through Portal. And okay, that's not enough. So instead I'm going to add a third layer. And let's do some kind of like delay thing and see what happens from that. Maybe a ping pong delay could be kind of cool. Are there any cool presets on this that might be interesting? All to D. Lol. Crushed horses. Crushed to C. Diffusing delay. Drunk and stoned. Just I'm joking. Let's see what happens if we send this through and see if that does something cool. And then we'll automate that and then turn it off. Mr. Automate Andy over here. Like, what does that even mean? That could be okay. Let's see if that does something like impactful. It's not as much as I wanted it to be. I kind of wanted this to be more so of like an actual delay. The brother of Debbie Downer, Automation Andy. Yeah, okay, that's better. And then let's kind of pump that feedback up, or maybe I can let that bleed out just a fraction of a second longer. Stop, buckshot. Yeah, sick. Okay. So right here, I think on this one, I actually want this to kind of sound like a little bit faster, I think. Yeah, and that's kind of cool that it kind of just... Okay, so I'll have to fix this phrase right here because it doesn't really automate... Oh, God. Oh, Lord. I kind of want there to be some kind of rhythmic phrase right here as opposed to just like a... I really like this part, so really we only have like this space to play with right here. Oh shit. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to bounce this in place and just kind of let that play out, and then maybe I can replace this with with something else. I think that's actually the first. Just kidding. That can be kind of cool. Yeah, that seems really strong. Let's listen to that whole phrase. How do you do that in Ableton? Freeze and flatten. Okay, so I think to give ourselves a little bit of that cool movement, I think this will work. I'm going to take everything from here and cut it off. Like that. And then I'm going to grab that reverb send right here. And place that up like right here-ish. Maybe a little bit further and see how that pans out. No pun intended. It's not a. There's no keyboard shortcut. You have to right click, freeze, and then right click again into flatten. Okay, let's see. That's kind of cool. Okay, so what I'll have to do on this as well is automate this. So to off, and then we can turn it back on. Why is that still bleeding through? Is there something else that's making that? Is it this? No. It's something on here. I might not have set that up correctly. Okay, I don't know why that's bleeding through. That should be like totally cut out right there. What? Okay, well that didn't work, so let's try the hell? Let's try this. No. Let's try this instead. Yeah, no problem. Let's try here, and then let's try turning it off right there. Okay, that works. There we go. Okay, so let's try and listen to see how this sounds now. Okay, that sounds pretty cool. Okay, so that's pretty cool for a B section. It made you go shit. Do you have IBM? Are you constipated? Is Pepto-Bismol just not enough for you? Have you ever listened to neuro music? Blah, 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 blah. The very sound of the movement will make you bow. Yeah, anyway. So yeah, I think from here we would just come up with some kind of B section, right? So something of the sort. Let me listen to the drums. Okay. So usually by this time I would want the rhythm to pick up in some way or another. Wait, what did I set this at? Oh, perfect. So where did that come from? I think that this is just kind of like a cool, like, I don't know, I have a choice. Like, we can pick up the rhythm and try to do something like more swingy, or not more swingy, but like more transient heavy, or we can kind of go into subtlety with this and kind of just maybe let something bleed out or create like a different riff in that way. But ideally, like most of the time whenever I make tracks, I want them to kind of like go from one place to another in a short span of time. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Or what I could do is I can what I could do as well is, like, without worrying about this continuing into something else, I can literally just, like, well, for one, I can save this, but two, I can just move this over to this side as well as a version, and do something else with it as well, or like do like a completely new section or something. By the way, I forgot to tell you all, if you look at the Azoth points, we're currently raising points for 100,000 within the span of 30 days. I feel like you guys would probably knock this out pretty quickly, but if we get to 100,000 points, then I will do another like super long stream like this where we just kind of shoot the shit, but I'll be live, and we'll do like kind of like a quote unquote like marathon day or something. I say 12 hours just because I feel like 8 hours is getting past 8 hours is usually unhealthy, but we would go until I feel like passing out, per se. Honestly, I could probably do a 24-hour stream on Warframe, but I quit Warframe. I also quit Super Smash Brothers. I quit Smash, guys. I quit Smash. So, yay me. Um, but yeah, or I can start over and do a completely fresh track as well. I can try a different approach. Or what I could also do, oh my god. What I can also do is I can bounce this out and create, yeah, let's do that. I'll probably spend another 20-30 minutes on music, and then we'll switch over to gaming. But it's been a good 4.5 hours for sure. So, does anybody have any questions on anything? All right, so let's grab this. Let's bounce this out. And we're going to take this and place it in here. Excuse me. I will most likely still be here. I just won't be doing music. I will most likely be playing like some old school games or something. The other day, you always have questions? Okay, what are your questions? Tell me your questions. Alright, let's grab this. And let's move it over. Okay, did that save or did that move the... I think it did. Is there no end to my laziness or whatever is blocking my consciousness from getting on my DAW? Yes, there is an end. But the end has to... You have to allow there to be an end in order for the end to become what it is. What? And what I mean by that is two parts to that. I don't always think that it's healthy to force yourself to get in the DAW. Instead, in my opinion, I think that it's a lot healthier to take the perspective of looking for a reason to be inspired as opposed to feeling like you need to do something. So like if you have this like urging dread of being like, man, I really should like do some music or something, but I don't really feel like it. Like for one, it's okay to not feel like it. But if you start kind of looking for, see you, man, take care. If you start looking for a reason for yourself to get into it, you know, of like, or you get like a small idea, the more that you entertain those ideas, the more that it will probably bring you back, if that makes sense. Please send me a picture of your driver's license and new phone number. Dear Ian, we are pleased to announce that the September term is open for registration. Berkeley's over here trying to take my money, guys. They really want my money. Yeah, but you know, like, shit, man. Keep yourself fresh, and the more that you, like, even if you're not actually physically doing the thing, as long as you kind of like keep your mind around it, or like you keep asking questions, or like you keep the wonder, then it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and come over here and let's bounce out a new thing. Something like that. And master bounce 2 bounce 1. And then we'll just record some shit out. I have an ebook called Creative Strategies for Electronic Music Producers that is really helpful. Hey, did you get that on Amazon? Because I'm actually interested in looking at that too. As far as your question on laziness. Okay, you're talking about... I think you're talking about this. Yeah. I thought it was something else. That's it. That's the one. My man. Alright, so let's go to slice to multi-sample. And we'll just kind of do like 1/8 notes. And we'll just create like a totally different vibe with this. Is there anything else on this track? No. I entertain the idea that I will be super creative at some point, and I feel that my work is worthy. Kind of like when I was enjoying building databases for my work valued by lab management. That was like really eloquent. I mean that in like a complimenting way. Yeah, well, you know, it's all, honestly, man, like, it's all language barriers. At its most simple form, like, if you have some kind of creative block, or you're just not feeling inspired or something, like, in my stupid idea of how I think of things, like, it's just some kind of language barrier for you. Okay, so I'm gonna come over here and let's just start with like maybe 2 bars, and then we'll see if we can come up with another idea. So I think that maybe it might be wise on this to do... Actually, let me just listen to this for a hot sec. Okay, so I have an idea. It was right here. It's actually on Ableton.com. It's called 74 Creative Strategies for Electronic Music Producers by Dennis DeSantis. Ugh. Yo, is anybody else hyped to go through Donkey Kong Country with me? I am super excited to play Donkey Kong Country. I think Avenue, I think it was you. Okay, I'm gonna come over here and set this to texture mode. Or sorry, that's not what I meant to say. I'm going to loop these. Maybe I will set them to texture mode, see what happens, and see if anything cool comes out. Okay. Yeah, we'll just set that to repitch. Boom, dim, boom, pop. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, pop. Boom, zip, boom, pop. So basically, like, I'm just thinking about making breaks with glitches at this point. Boom, dim, boom, cap. Boom, 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 cap, cap. Boom, ticka, boom, boom. cool. Well, I wonder if that will... Just play from there, jeez. Okay. So, sorry that took so long. That this is kind of meticulous in that way of just like finding some kind of riff or something interesting that is going to stand out. But now that we have that, we can start building. Okay. Sorry, I'm thinking. Yeah, let's go over here, and then I want to take some of these other layers as well, since we've already made them. And maybe... I thought I had more than that. Is it just this one? Oh, these are two different ones. Okay, I forgot. That's kind of cool. So, yeah, again, sorry that took so long. But now that we have this kind of like break thing or whatever, we can kind of maybe borrow off some of the other stuff that we made as well. So, what? Oh. Dipping out. Thanks for the help. We'll be back for more knowledge. For sure, man. If you're not part of the Discord, then come say hello. That's where we all dwell and hang out. I think we're I think we're almost at 500 members. I should probably update that. Yeah, so we can basically build off of this now and just do like 4 different sections of just total breakage on this, which could be really cool. I need a cookie. It's over 500. I think so. Let's take a look. Hey, are you begging? No begging. How? All the servers. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 105. Let's see who's not online. Oh, dude. We've got 532 members. Shit. So yeah, 500 members. There's a lot of things there. So join the Discord if you care. Woo! That's a lot of people. Okay, I think for this I would want it to be like something kind of like scary, like so something that's like just like a roar or are fucking menacing as hell. Did I miscount? I thought I didn't. Okay, so from here we would probably look at coming into here and making this sound nice and wide. Brrr. Yeah, I'm getting really excited to play Donkey Kong Country. It's been a long time since I've played that. And then maybe one more right here. Been playing Alckemy. Yeah, that game is awesome. It's not the one I wanted. I wanted this one. So yeah, we made 3 different versions today out of, well, just a bunch of dumb shit. The second one is definitely still my favorite. Doing like quick breaks like this is kind of quick, or is kind of fast for 82 BPM, but at the same time, if I were to make this here instead, so hold on, let me listen to this. If I were to make this entire track, boom, pop, boom, pop, boom. So it'd be every, wait, boom, pop, boom, pop. So that rhythm would be like boom, pop. Actually, that might be cool. That might even be cooler than what I'm doing now. I might have tried to make this a little bit too quick as far as like a break section or something, but maybe tomorrow or the next time I stream, or I don't know, then I'll try a 4th section that will do like a half. That will do this, but in a half manner, because that would be kind of sick if it was like boom, tickle tickle ka, boom, tickle tickle ka, Something like that. I don't know. But so far, yeah, that second section is probably the coolest thing. I want to listen to that again. I believe it's right here. Roar. Let's call this one 1A version 2, so that way I know where to find it. Yeah, that's the dopest idea of today for sure, by far. Cookie. So yeah, I think we're getting close to 5 hours on this, and if anybody has any questions, I think now would be a good time to ask. But if not, I'll probably switch over to the Switch, and then I want to play Donkey Kong today. What else do I have on there? I've got some other games that we're going to get through as well. So we've got Donkey Kong on the lineup. We've got Super Metroid. Maybe we can do Super Mario World. I'll probably do all the Switch games because they need to hook up. And then, and this is going to be over a large span of time, but after that I'll probably hook up the Wii U and play all the retro games that I have on there. Oh, I have Donkey Kong Country 2 on the Wii U. Shit. That's exciting. Huh. Yeah. Any questions about anything? Comments? Observations? Home. Home. Yo, I have no idea. My blinds, well, this blind is open. I don't have the ceiling light on, but I've got two external lights on. Well, that one that's kind of changing colors and stuff, and then I have a regular turquoise. Wait. Don't break the thing. And I've got a turquoise light right there. So I don't know. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is save this one more time. I'll quit out of that. We'll quit the Discord. How did I do this last time? I think what I did was I had this set up here. And if only it came out September last year. Oh, I just never put it on YouTube for some reason. Ah, man. That sucks. Okay, so we're going to do that, and then let's move the chat right there. And let's bring up the game capture card. And I'm going to try not to cut the stream if I can help it. So now with that out of the way, oh right, okay. What? We'll turn that off. And then let's switch over to, sorry, I'm gonna have to set this up in a weird ass way, like I always do. It's unfortunate that I can't like remove this little side panel thing, but Dead Cells is great. Have you guys ever played that? Sorry, I'm thinking. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up the chat. On Twitch. And then we're gonna switch over to gaming. Okay, that looks pretty good so far. And then now I need to come over here and go to twitch.tv. Okay, that's audible. And then we'll go to my channel. This is such a hassle to set up. The profile image can take me to the channel home. Okay, so now I want to pop this out. Dude, Twitch, work with me, dude. Okay. How do I... Can I only do that on... Really? God damn it. Hey, you're live. Hey there, buddy, you're live. Like, I know. Just load so I can pull the chat window down. Bruh. This is taking so long. Oh my god, dude. Hallelujah. Okay. I think we're good. So now I can pull this over, put this behind just in case. Dead bodies hanging in the closet. Okay, got it. Test. Does that work? I think. Okay, that works. Okay, we're good to go. Now let me switch over my telly. And then we're gonna switch. Get it? Let me turn this off really quick. I swear, I 100% feel like having this up takes like 20% CPU. Okay. So we're in gaming now. I don't get it. Why is that so tanky? Switching the switch? Exactly. Okay. Oh, damn it. I forgot. I need to switch this over to the game. How do I do that? How do I update my status? Sources. Okay, I guess I have to do that on the website. New window. Twitch. Fucking loading screens. Anywho, I will pull this up while that loads because it's taking way too long. Oh, I'm so excited. There's something new to play. Logic Bomb. Dude, Donkey Kong Country. Are you kidding me? What the fuck? Okay, where's my status? Edit stream info. Oh shit. I didn't realize that was that. Games. Donkey Kong Country. Man, I really hope that Donkey Kong Country 2 drops. That would really make my life. Okay, we're good to go. Let's fucking play. Ah, I'm so excited. Fuck yeah. Can I make this smaller? So there's going to be a huge delay in what you see me talking right here versus all that, but that's because I'm doing capture within a capture. Are you guys ready? Fuck yeah, let's do it. Wait. Oh my god, I haven't played this game in so long. I don't remember, are the... No, okay, so I gotta go that way, okay. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the camera because I think that's fucking up. Why is this so sloggy? Oh, he keeps walking. I wasn't even paying attention. Oi! Isn't there a... No, okay, there's not. How do I tag? Okay, there we go. Oh, right, you have to, there we go. It's Ramby! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Got my call. Fuck you. Hey. Do you guys have game audio? Yeah? Okay. Dude, I just fucking TNT that armadillo. Bye. It's a bit quiet. Okay, I'll fix it in just a sec. Oh, I forgot. There's a secret right there. That's fine. This is gonna be one of those things where, like, I'm not really going to try to 100% everything on this. I'm gonna try to just go as far as I can. And play this and then kind of move on to the next game. No! Oh. Yeah, I noticed. One sec. Oh, it seems like it's doing okay now. Capture? Let's try... Let's see if that helps. And then let's try to... How's the game audio now? Is that better? Gonna bounce. Later, man. Thanks for coming in. Is that better, or is that still kind of wonky? Dude, it's fucking OBS is what it is. Yeah, but what about the frame rate? Ekans. Nope. Let's see. Combo. Dude, imagine if they put Killer Instinct on here for Super Nintendo. I'd flip my shit. Wait. KO. frame rate's better? Okay. Hey! Yeah, that looks pretty good now. I think I just had it on an incorrect setting that my capture card isn't even capable of doing. So, can we just listen to this for a sec? I'm not crying, you're crying. Oh man, dude. This is like one of the most important songs of my whole life. Okay, I need that. Wait, what happened to the balloon just disappeared? Okay. Oh my gosh, you guys. The nostalgia. You poke it. Wait, what? Insert subjective joke. Wait, what? Oh, okay. What the fuck? Okay, well look at that. We found a secret. Okay. Bye, swordfish. I think his name is On Guard. Barrel Cannon Canyon. Bet y'all didn't know about that one, huh? Oh, I think that was the midpoint. Yeah. Toss this motherfucking barrel. What? Oh, it's because it wasn't in the air. Alright, that's the first death. This game is still just as fun as I remember. I feel like the game like had to think for a sec because I wasn't sure if it was gonna give that kill to me or not. Boom. Oh shit, it's Candy Kong. Actually, let's just appreciate how lewd this game was. It's pretty funny. Very naughty's lair. Hey. All right, Monkey Minds. With at this pace, like if I remember this game as well as I think that I did, or as well as I think that I do, then we might get through this today and be able to actually get into whatever game you guys want to play next. Maybe either Super Metroid or fuck, what's the other game? Super Mario World. Oh, is this a bonus? La 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 la. Na 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 na. Give me all the bananas so I can get all the extra lives. La la la. Oh shit. What's the ostrich's name? I don't remember. Oh, these things are a pain in the ass to collect. No, 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 no. Okay, I forget like how to even control this dude. What? Sprinter? I don't think so. It could be something else. Or it could be that, but I think it's something else. You look it up. Let's see. I don't even remember the name of the frog. There's Ramby the rhino. There's Squawks the bird. Espresso, yeah. There's On Guard the fish. I think the spider's name is Squirt. What other animals are... Oh, there's also the snake in Donkey Kong Country 2. I almost just died looking at chat! Fuck. Goddamn minecart levels. God, I love this game. That was pretty boss. What? What? Oh, what? Come on, Diddy. Don't let me. I push jump. Buckshot, stop, dude. He's just like licking his mom. I got that. That's BS. I don't remember. Can I jump on those guys or can I not? Hey! I don't think I can. Wow, they gave it to me. That was really cool. What? Okay, no, I can't. I should have been smarter about that. I've had a feeling that they weren't going to give that to me. Or that they weren't going to just let me slide. Alright, I'm just getting used to the game again. Come on. Jump. Fucking jump. Hey. Ah, damn it. I'm cool. Just big jumps. Big jumps. Big jumps. Big jumps. Big jumps. Again. Alright. We did it. That was pretty cheek clenching, if you know what I mean. That was clinchy cheeks. Wait, what? First try. Whoa. Okay. Alright, dude. Calm down. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. I'll just bomb you. I'm pretty sure there's a bonus right there, but... Oh. KO. Right, I think I need that actually, so... Dude, that dude was trying to end my life. Oh. Oh. Okay. Can I... Yeah, thank you. Can I... What is this guy's name? Leaper? I want to say? Leapy? Hopper? Hopper. Is it Hopper? What was that one Family Guy where they're playing Pictionary or something, and the guy is like saying like the same thing over and over again? Yo, I'm killing it with the Kongs though. Hey. Winky. Is that it? That's it? What kind of... What kind of bonus is that? It's a trash-ass bonus is what it is. Bouncy bonanza. Okay, right. Dude, these guys terrified me as a kid. They're so fast. Hey. Oh, okay. Gotta flex my skills right there. Oh, shit. Dang, that sucks. Oh well. They took away my security. Oh fuck. Oh god damn it. Ah! 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 Oh my gosh. Go loud. I'm just gonna beat the level. Oh, that was really good. Wait, this isn't the one where they chase me, is it? Oh, for some reason I thought they were gonna give me a bonus right there. La la la. No. God, this game's so good. Whoa. Combo. Yeah, I realize that, you know, most people that watch music production don't really like gaming and stuff, so I'm gonna at least try to be somewhat entertaining. Don't. Goodbye, tire. Goodbye, tire. That sucks. No, in the next world? Oh, in this, you mean in this level? Come back, DK! Wait, what? Okay, well, there's a bomb for your bitch ass. The logic behind this is like, shit, it's a snake, bomb it! Thank you. On. Isn't music production just advanced video games? Yeah, definitely, but I think that it's more audio stimulating, of course. Well, that's a fucking dumb thing to say. Of course it's more audio stimulating, but it's just a different form of entertainment, of course. I just said like 3 dumb things all at once, so I'm gonna shut up now. Jump! Fucking jump! Alright, let's hop off of that. Give me my motherfucking... Oh, I can jump on that? Sick. Yo, free lives. Aw, what? Jesus Christ, dude. Ong. You know, if I were to make this game, the first thing would have a different letter. Whoa, shit, dude. Fuck. I'm pretty sure that if I still had the frog, I can jump up there and get something. Necky's nuts. Oh, we moved to games? Dog, we are playing Donkey Kong Country. What? I got lost. No. Maybe. Sorry, Neki. The OST for the entire DK series is serious tunes. Yeah, so like that's honestly a big reason why I wanted to play these games, was because for one, these games have, you know, incredible music. But I think that like for the most part, I can get through retro games pretty quickly. Say your prayers, Vulture. Everybody in chat, push F for the Vulture. Because this motherfucker is about to die. Sorry, dog. Okay, I think this is a safer way to... Can I fucking... There we go. Rip. Oh, it's right here. Give me that K. Rip. Whoa! That came hella fast. Dude, that was a setup. That was a setup. So you know what? I'm gonna kill all your kids, fucking Vulture. Alright, I already got K, so I don't think that I have to get it again, I wanna say. Bye. What? That goes through? That's some shit. Don't make the same mistake twice. Fuck you. I think these little dudes are called Clapper or something. What? I was in the air. I was in the motherfucking air. Hey! Okay, cool. But give me back my little dude. Thanks, brah. Oh, damn it, I did that again. Oh. That's unfortunate. Shit. He's the leader of the bunch. You know him well. Sorry, I just looked at chat for a sec. Why was that even a... I don't even know why I went for that. That's stupid. Whatever. Whatevs. Oh, this song is dope. Whoa, holy shit. Dude. Fucking squirrels are jumping me. Okay. Give me a K. Whoa. Dang. I have this game on Super Nintendo. Dude, I'm so jealous. I had like... I had all these games for Super Nintendo and like just old school stuff, and we lost all of my old school games in storage. I'm really bummed about it, actually. I think right there, actually, if I would have hit... Okay, that was pro. Okay, that was also pro. Oh, fuck! That was not pro. Yeah, I hit the banana there. Was a barrel. What? Yeah, I'm pretty sure right here. What? Well, it looks like we're not getting Kong on this one, but that's okay. Well, that's really nice of them. It's the same thing. I'm really good at this game. Yeah, like, unfortunately... Eat that. Like, the speedruns of these games are just so cheap, if you guys have ever seen that. Dude, oh my god, let me jump in the fucking barrel. That's same mistake number 3. Yeah, they're full of glitches, and like, for the most part, like, most of the game is actually... What? I disagree. Most of the game is actually skipped. And it's kind of like, what? Okay, I had to like slow down on that one. What the fuck? There are glitchless runs, but nobody watches those. He just threw the barrel and it didn't even roll. That's pretty funny. What? Dude, this game is fucking me right now. Yeah, okay. Come on. Come on, Crocky. What? Okay, I gotta slow down. I've only got 9 lives left. What the hell? Oof. So that one rolls, but the other one doesn't? See ya. No! No! 3 hours later. What the fuck? Okay, alright guys, we're gonna beat it. This is the time. No more games. Except for video games. What? I like the barrel levels. They're pretty challenging. Dude, I held left. I held left. I don't understand. F for Alckemy. Yeah, I'm gonna be like Seamless R, except it's gonna be Alckemy F, but the F is silent. Wait, what am I doing? Oh my god. Just give me my fucking... No! God damn it. How is my short-term memory that short? Alckemy F is silent. How is my short-term memory that short? I've made that same mistake like 6 times. Fuck you, naughty dude. Okay. It's coming very soon. Don't... No, God, I almost did it again. Just don't push anything. Don't push right. Alright, we're good. I don't care enough for that. Okay. If I have an emulator, then I can just put the game in slow-mo if I can't beat the barrels. I could do it. Just imagine the barrels are filters. Filters? What do you mean? Oh, damn it. Okay, good thing there is a barrel right there. God. Pro strats right there. The real enemy in platforms isn't the game. It's yourself. It's totally me. I was hoping he would jump, but he decided not to jump. This is fine. Combo. Are you impressed? You should be. Dang, he tried to do me dirty. I jumped over the next guy. That's pretty impressive. Tree. Not bad, hey? Not bad. I definitely want to get Tropical Freeze again at some point. That was close. Oh, this is the one where I have to run. Okay, so this is kind of just like a speed level. Ow. Not even close there, bro. Hey! I think I might have slight anxiety against bees because I played a lot of DKC in my childhood. Dude, yeah. They're a big reason why you die in this game. Okay, so you have to wait until they stop flashing in order for you to be able to jump on them again. Okay, I didn't need the bananas there, but alright. Jump! Shit. I almost didn't make... Fuck. Alright, whatever. Oh, what? Amazing. You see those pro strats? I also played a lot and eat a lot of bananas now. Same. Orang Utan gang. What's an orang? Fuck, you tried to do me dirty. Okay, cool. Oh, double KO. Oh, bees. Espresso. Okay, so apparently you can't kill those guys? Oh, you can. You just can't jump on things with espresso. What? You're lucky Lanky Kong isn't in this game, or else he would fuck you up. I prefer you roll. Alright, you're dead. What? I disagree. This motherfucker. Damn, he came out of the cut. Straight up surprise, motherfucker. Fuck you. I love that sound. I have used that sound in so many of my tunes. Just don't tell Nintendo that. Whoa. Okay, whatever. I can't see. I can't see. Wait. Can somebody explain that to me? What just happened? I only fuck with Funky Kong. Funky Kong's not playable in DKC 64. Actually, the only game that you can play as him is like, what, Mario Kart? Dude. God, I love that sound. I'ma blow your ass to bits. You gotta finish that sentence, otherwise that sounds pretty gnarly. Dude, what the fuck? Okay, calm down. Holy shit. That dude was launching barrels so quickly. Okay, alright, whatever. Clam City? That sounds disgusting. This summer, one calm, many clams. Donkey and Diddy Kong starring in Clam City. I think there's something over here. Okay, there's not. Look, you little fucking piranha. Get the fuck. Where was the K? Where was the K? Okay. No big deal. Just keep swimming, shark. I think it was hidden. I think you're right. Dude. That was impressive. Okay, alright. Spoke too soon. That's what you get, Ian, for being a dumb shit. Whatever, at least I got a checkpoint. Oh, what? Dang, suddenly, like, the physics of water just, like, totally go to hell if you get hurt. Diddy might swim faster, but Diddy doesn't swim stronger. Okay, I disagree, but whatever. Fuck. Donkey climbs faster. What about in the water? What does he do in the water? Oh, god damn it. That was dumb. Does he climb water faster? He sucks in the water because he's big. Did you hear that? Sam says that you are a vacuum in water. Give me that shit. Ah, dude. Okay, let's just fucking speed through. Dude, what? Be slower? Be slower? No. I refuse. Alright, let's just hug the corner. Dude, their frames of, or like their hitboxes of like when they turn is really what throws me off right there. Okay, let's just be cautious. Okay, that was trying to do me dirty right there. What? I disagree. Okay, don't let me down, Donkey Kong, you fucking fat ass. Oh, I got a life. Because I don't have one in real life. I'm just kidding. Imagine if I was reading reading the chat. Imagine if shit in the water acted like this. Dude, I'd be so scared. You're up, Diddy. Fuck. You're dead, Diddy. Okay, don't fuck this up. Ong. Hold on, my brother's calling. Hello. Yo. It's true. What's up? Yeah. No, it's fine. Oh, really? Since you're at my house. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Alright, I'll see you later. That's multitasking right there. Oh shit. Okay, this is where things get rough. Oh! These are your favorite levels? I don't believe you. I'm trying to think. Oh, man. Oh, man. Whoa. Okay, not there. Okay, not there. Dude, what? Jesus Christ, shit is just flying at me. You're not gonna get very far in life if all you do is ever take shortcuts. No, I'm just kidding. I don't remember any of them, though. Did I not jump? Dude, I better do something. Otherwise, I'm gonna get a game over, and that will not be very fun. Nice. Fuck you, B. Fuck you, Vulture. I'm just gonna take my time. Oh my fuck. I would feel a lot better. Damn it. I was gonna say I would have felt a lot better had I keep cool. Don't you get it? They're freezing. What was it talking about? I don't remember. Shit, man. Calm down with that. Oh, right, if I hit a midpoint. But it's cool. Alright, sweet. Dang. You guys can't see my face, but that was actually really cool, and then I blew it. I blew it. Oh well, that's okay. Give me this barrel. Okay, you can't grab the barrel. Whatever. Have you guys played Donkey Kong Country Returns or Tropical Freeze? I don't care. Give me that bonus. It's the game. It's not me. Oh yeah, that's bad. Alright, I'll fix it in a sec. Hold on one sec. Yeah, dude, give me all of these lives. Thank you. Okay, I feel much better now. We be alright. It should be... God dang it. Oh, we just died. I don't know how to use Screen Link. Okay, let's refresh then, maybe. PowerPoint. What is going on? Really? Hold on one sec. Where's this shit? Yeah, OBS is just doing that tank shit again. Lower your encoder settings. Make sure... Dude, you're supposed to... 15% over the last 2 minutes? Or unsuitable encoder settings? Isn't this supposed to optimize for me? Yeah, why is my CPU load so big? I'm only outputting to 720. Okay. Discord's down? I don't know, I don't have Discord up. I'm not running anything except for Streamlabs and what's it called? I'm gonna refresh